Okay, item C3, we were basically asking that a full submittal of drawings like everybody else be presented. Those were presented. Claire, if you had a chance to review these, please.
Yes, I have.
And do you have any comments about them, please?
Not at this stage. I mean,
This is it. This is final.
yeah. So, I mean, I don't, none of the comments would have been more appropriate earlier on than now, I mean, they're just my personal dislikes. That's all.
Okay. So are you ready to approve this as submitted, please?
Yes.
And I am too. So thank you for going to that extra effort. And the actual official approval occurs in about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes from now at the full board. We will make recommendations, which will be to approve it. To date, they have never gone against us, but who knows? So thank you very much and good luck with that project.
Okay.
I'm going to mute myself and turn off the
Oh
video.
my God, that was the fastest we've ever done it, John. We've got 10 minutes before we start. Oh no, a little bit less than that.
Okay, hello, everybody. It's 1 o'clock.
Hi, Bill.
Hey, Sharon, how are you?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. All right, is everybody up and on here? Let's see, looks like, Kimberly, I see you're muted. Are you there?
I am indeed here.
Very
I
good.
can,
All right, so let's see who else we got. Dave's there. Very
I'm
good.
here, yeah.
And John and Claire and Tip or Sam yet, but I guess we can get going because we got 4. So let's get started. So this will start the meeting for August 26th of the Montecito Board of Architecture Review. Let us start with public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to any item that is not on our agenda today?
Bill, I didn't receive anything and nobody's hands are up.
Okay, very good. Then we'll close public comment and we'll go to the agenda status report. Anything to tell us about today's agenda, Sharon?
No, thank you.
Okay,
Dave Mendro is out on what item, please?
On items 7 and 8.
7 and 8. Okay, very good. And I think everybody else Sam is off on item 9, I believe. Okay, all right, very good. Let's go to item 3, the meeting minutes of August 12th. Does anyone on the board have any comments for the item for August 12th?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
okay,
All right.
item number 1,
Mhm.
comment number 2, this is that relatively minor remodel that had the chimney in the corner and seemed a little awkward. Tom Oshner brought it through.
Mhm.
I'd like to suggest the following. Consider restudying massing, roof overhang, railings, and fireplace on south, and I'd like to add the word and west elevations, plural. I thought it would needed to be studied on both sides, not just the one. What do other members consider about that?
I think that's, yeah.
I agree.
Okay, so south and west, and then make elevation plural, please. Okay, item number 3. Comment number 1. This is actually my comment. I just kind of get by the nature of the comment. One member requested, and then I'd like to strike the next several words, further study to produce, and then compelling architecture. So strike an attempt to be made to identify architectural style. So the end result would be one member requested that requested further study to produce compelling architecture.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, item number 3, clarify, this is actually talking about the landscape drawings themselves. Clarify graphics, period. I don't know if we want to say on landscape plan or not. We can chat about that in a second. Brand new sentence. Delineate hardscape and planting to be removed and to be installed, period. So that's all that I have on that. What do people think?
Delineate, I just wanted.
Delineate hardscape and planting to be removed and to be installed.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, no, that's accurate. I mean, there's a lot of landscaping going on.
Yeah, and it was, the drawings were muddled, as we all remember, so, okay. Item number 4, comment number 1, nice architecture, comma, well cited, and I think we should take out in respect to, so it should say well cited given site constraints.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay, item number 6. I'd like to add a comment. This is Bob Easton's project where he was up on the hill. We did a site visit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Item number 5, provide north-south site section.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
right.
yeah, we asked that at the site visit, we asked that.
And we also asked for it in the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Item number 7, under the action, no action taken, sharp absent. The project may return for preliminary, I thought also final. Am I wrong about that? This is the Appleton project at the end of Chellam Way. I felt that it was far enough along that we had said they could go all the way to final. I don't know if that's correct or not.
I'll have to look at the notes I took.
Okay,
If we can do that, I can make that update.
I don't remember that one.
okay, item number 8. Restudy area behind garage. I'd like to suggest we take out that comma and add the word to, T-O, reduce paving. So it would be restudy garage area behind garage to reduce paving. I believe that was Dave Mendro's
Oh, I
comment.
know, that was that, okay, I know which one that was, yeah.
I believe that was Dave Mendro's. I think it's a little bit clearer to say that, and that's all that I have.
Anyone else have any comments? on the
No,
agenda for this?
Mr. Chairman, I will move for approval of the August 12th, 2021 Montecito Board of Architecture review minutes as amended.
Do I have a
I'll second that.
Seconded by Dave. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carried. Let's go on to the item 4, Montecito consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, Claire Godstanker and John Watson reviewed these today. We had 3 items before us. Item C1, 1516 Mountain Drive. This is the converted water tank that came through. And I had requested that the detailing be more thoroughly considered, which it now is, and I'd like to recommend approval. And Claire, do you have a comment?
no, I don't. The landscape looked great, so I'll second the motion.
So I will make that a motion for approval of C1 1516 Mountain Drive as submitted.
Seconded by Claire. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, on to item 2.
Item C2, 307 Meadowbrook Lane. This is a project Chris Dentzel brought through, a very small little project, which was
Who is it?
very nicely done from day one. Claire and I reviewed it. Neither one of us had comments. And to that end, I'd like to move for approval as submitted.
Second,
All right, seconded by Claire. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? All right, motion carried.
Item C3, this is 754 Winding Creek Lane. We had asked the applicant to provide all of the drawings that are normally provided to the board. They were a little sketchy before. She did that. They look very good, and I would like to recommend approval as submitted.
second,
Seconded by Claire. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you, John and Claire. Let's go on to item 5, MBAR members informational briefing. Anybody have any information to share with the class? No? Nobody? Nothing? Okay. All right. Is that Sam? Did I hear you in the back there?
Can you hear me? Is it not
Very
loud enough there?
faint, very
Turn up
faint,
your volume, bud.
Okay.
way, way faint.
volume on your computer.
No, still can't hear you.
That's worse.
We cannot hear you, Sam. Could only read lips. It would be good. Oh, we're not hearing you at all, Sam.
We're having some audio issues earlier.
Maybe getting some help there.
Keep going while he's doing that.
Yeah. All right. Okay, well, let's go on to staff update. We'll circle back to Sam. Item 6, staff update. Kimberly or Sharon, anything to tell us?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Don't have anything, thank you.
Mr.
I do. We have 2 site visits on September 9th.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'll send out a reminder as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we've been having a little trouble getting a full board out there. I'm wondering if we're at the wrong time. The meeting, those site visits are smack dab in the morning. Maybe it would help us all get out there if we did it first thing or last thing in the morning. I don't know if others have comments about that, but I'd really like to do what we can to get as many people out there as possible.
No, I agree. I think that is good. Is later 11 o'clock? I think that was what we were doing before. I don't know if that's
I'm kind of, if I may, it's Sharon. I got to get back here and actually set up the meeting, and I need to have a little buffer time for that.
Got it.
Oh.
Okay.
Only because I've been encountering, with the Zoom. It took us 15 minutes to get the sound going today.
Okay. Do we do a 9 o'clock then? Is that
9 o'clock is fine with me. We would miss 8 o'clock traffic. I don't know how it would work with everyone else, but that'd be fine with me.
So the other question, which I think you answered too, Sharon, was that I know, John, you like having a group there. At least it makes sense. You can ask questions and all that. And we're not dragging out the system for the owners or the client. But there is no requirement, I guess, to have a quorum necessarily at the site.
There actually is a quorum.
I was
going to say, if you go to the bylaws, and there's a whole section in the architectural bylaws that talks about site visits and how to conduct them, and so I think we've been, how I see it is that I think during COVID, we kind of got really casual with things. Now, when we schedule a site visit, it's only valuable if people are there. I mean, today we didn't have a quorum. Only 3 people showed up. So, okay, that's just the way it is. But in the bylaws, it talks about having, it is exactly the same as a meeting, so your attendance is required, and it's not random, it's like when it gets scheduled, by staff, that there should be at least 4 people there. And if you read the bylaws, you actually get that.
Okay.
So is there a better time for everybody? I'm okay with 9. I don't know about others.
I'm fine with 9.
Nine's fine with me. I actually would prefer 9 o'clock because then it gives me time to come back and look at all the plans.
First thing.
I'm okay either way.
Dave, Sam, you can give us a thumbs up if you're okay with 9. Okay. And Tip, if you want to give us a thumbs up for 9 o'clock on site meetings. I don't know if Tip,
Yeah, Tip's microphone is off.
Yeah, I don't know if he's, okay, well, we've got 5 in favor of the 9, so I guess we'll shoot for that unless.
Okay, so we'll change it to 9.
Yeah.
Good, let's try that. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Hey, Sam Maphis, you may want to reboot your computer.
Yeah.
So we still can't.
We can't hear you, Sam. You might want to reboot your computer.
So shall we move ahead on to item 1?
Yeah, but somebody maybe who has his direct line to his office could call him and talk to him about this. Maybe
Well, he can hear us. He can hear us and he's working on it, I think.
The other thing is to use a cell phone for the audio.
Oh, that's right, Dave. Good thinking.
Sam, you could use your cell phone for audio if you want, if that'll work. Or try restarting.
I'll do one of each. I'll try
Oh,
both.
I kind
I
of.
can hear it.
Anyway, okay. Let's go on to item 1, the standard agenda. It is 1149 Glenview Road. And we've got concept review with a planner, Cassidy Walsh. So I saw Glenn, you're online, you ready to present? And whoever else is on your team. Please introduce yourself. Glenn, you're muted. You're muted there. Still muted.
Here.
Bottom left corner, maybe?
Got it.
Find
Can you hear us now?
There we go.
Yes.
Now we're here.
We hear
So
you.
this is Glenn Deisler, and I'm here with Mark Shields.
Very good. All right, thank you. Go ahead and give us your presentation.
Okay, good to see you guys again. And this is a remodeling project on Glenview Road in Montecito. And it's an existing home built in 1983. It's about 3,780 square feet and in need of kind of updating. The owners came to us and they wanted to kind of modernize it and make it a more open plan, fix the driveway, and basically really update the project. It has beautiful harbor and ocean views, and so we're trying to maximize those as well. Overall, I think it would be wise to go to the site plan, which is A 1.1. Let's see which one we're on. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's the existing site plan.
That's the proposed.
That's our proposed. The coming down the driveway, we're proposing a 5-foot entry gate, which is wood clad, very simple horizontal wood in style. And then the existing driveway is very small, and we felt that it needed to be enlarged, as well as removing some of the, I think they're ficus trees would be the north side of the driveway, which are encroaching into the retaining wall and basically uplifting the asphalt. The house itself, we're only adding, I think it's 42 square feet. So it's largely a facelift. We're redoing the elevations, and we're removing some of the, you'd call them spandrels that face the south, which provided some sun control at one point in time, but are very outdated. And so the general scheme is an interior remodel with the addition of the infinity edge pool to the south, which will have spectacular views of the harbor. And then we're in the center of the project, we're raising the ceilings with some more modern massing. The existing roof line stays the same on the wings, and we're keeping the existing roof tile, which is mission tile. You might as well proceed to the elevations, which are on A5. This is the existing elevation, and the upper elevation is the southerly view, which is probably the most important. It's showing the existing aluminum sliding windows, the spandrels that project out to the south, the 2 chimneys. There's some squarish massing in terms of parapets in the center of the house, which hide mechanical, and also quite a few large skylights, which bring light down into the center of the house, which we plan to keep. The entry, which is what is that? That is the west elevation, has a 2-car garage. The doors are very narrow. They're only 8 feet wide, so we plan to expand them to 1 large door and actually reconfigure the entire feeling of the entry to become more modern. There is a sketch of this entry that I did on page G001. If you could go backwards in time there a bit. Who's calling me? Sorry about that. Be kind. Sorry about that. Excuse us. So this is the concept entry of our proposed elevation with the widening of the garage. We're adding an eyebrow which extends out over the front entry door, which is now a proposed pivot door. We're adding this landscape element as part of the entry, but mostly is hardscape for the cars and guest parking. The taller massing you see in the center is the direction we're going to modernize the overall feel of the house. And really the addition of the 42 square feet are the furred out walls that you see to the right of the person walking towards the entry, all along the north side of the home. I think we can go now to elevations on A5.1, the proposed elevations. And where would that colored elevation be, Glenn?
We have to just talk to them. We should go
Okay.
through photographs and that.
Yeah, let's look at the existing photos first.
Oh, great, perfect.
There we go.
There we go.
Glenn,
There's quite a bit of construction going on in this area, and this is a downhill site. Keep moving. That's the approach as you drop down to the home, the existing asphalt driveway, pine tree on the right. The one podocarpus tree you see beyond the home, we plan to remove. It's overgrown and it's just kind of in the way, and it's messing with our existing retaining walls. But the entry you can see is very basic, and that's what we'd like to modernize. The ficus trees on the left are intruding into the asphalt driveway, so we plan to peel those back and remove 3 of them, build a new retaining wall to make the driveway turn around wider and more comfortable. This is the spectacular ocean view that they enjoy, as well as more towards the west, towards the city. This is the westerly view of the neighbor to the west and towards Santa Barbara Harbor, which you can't see in this photo, but you can see it at night. And the retaining wall, we plan to remove. Where this curved retaining wall exists, we're proposing the infinity edge pool. That's where most of our grading comes from. It's 175 yards of cut and 75 yards of fill. The upper elevation shown here is our plan to modernize the southern elevation of the home with more blocky massing, which kind of relates to some of the existing parapets that are there now, but we're actually expanding the ceilings on the interior to make the space more voluminous. And we're removing the very 80s spandrels, the shade structures, and putting in steel and possibly the Louvertech operable shades to create comfortable terraces off the living room and mainly off the kitchen, the new kitchen, and the proposed pool area. The center elevation, which would be the north elevation, is a section through the carport and garage, and you're looking at the furred out wall along the north side of the home that we feel makes a more spectacular modern entry to the home. The least explicit elevation is probably the lower one, which is the east elevation, where really you're just looking at the end of the home, which we plan to keep as is. We'll be painting the exterior, of course, most likely off-white. The other colors will be neutral. The retaining wall around the pool will be a neutral color. We don't plan to do any strong colors of any sort. The aluminum sliding window system will probably be Fleetwood, and I'm imagining that they would be anodized bronze. If you go back to the site plan, which was 1.1, proposed site plan, where you see the proposed infinity edge pool to the south, we also have a terrace covered awning area that reaches out towards the south as well, which actually provides even better views of the harbor and the ocean. There are three existing oak trees to the east there, one of which, the smaller one, is dead. And we propose to remove the two others just because they're encroaching on the view and also pushing against our proposed terrace. We have an arborist engaged who is defining these trees, and if we take them out, we will be mitigating that effort. We're waiting for his proposal. Let's see, what else do I have to add?
Landscape too, or not yet?
Not yet. It's all pretty conceptual, but we imagine the landscaping to be very modern and minimalist landscaping. The owners are from back east and very sophisticated and just really want to work within their budget to do what we can to make this home a lot more interesting and more modern.
Dave Medro, there's an additional freestanding PDF of the elevation to the
Yes,
south.
great to see.
I don't think I have that unless yeah.
Okay. I have it.
Did you see it, John?
Yeah, it was very, very nice, Mark. Yeah.
John, can you email it to me and I can bring it up?
Well, let me
Can we
give that a
show
try.
it to you? Can we show it to them on the?
We can't share.
Maybe we can go to questions, Bill, while that's
I will
happening.
do that. Let's go to questions while.
Okay, thank you.
Did you get Glenn and Mark, did you get everything you wanted to present done? We're ready.
Yeah, I think that's generally the scope, and we'll obviously answer the questions as they come.
Perfect. Okay, great. All right. Claire, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. I think I just looked away and missed this. So my question is, what is the roof material?
It's an existing roof material, which is mission clay tile.
And it's going to remain.
It will remain.
Okay, I kind of was not listening.
We have hopes of changing the roof material out to standing seam metal roof, which is more contemporary. But we've done some preliminary numbers on the remodel, and that is just on the wish list. So we plan to we plan to keep the existing tile.
Later, to be later. And then the other question I had was the infinity pool. You're removing that wall. What is the height of the infiniteness of it? I don't know what to say. Like obvious the water is spilling over, but ultimately you've got a lead edge. What is like the height of that edge? Because it's on a pretty significant slope right there. So I want to know what that's going to
Show that maybe.
Is the height of what? It's one story, but go to A6.1.
Can you tell me the plan or the PDF number? Because I can't read the sheet numbers.
A6.1.
Page 8, Dave, I think that's,
Page 8? Okay.
A6.1.
is that it there?
Oh, yes, there, that's it. That was,
That's the elevation.
okay. So we don't know what that height is.
We should, if you can scan into the elevation, Dave.
It
Zoom
doesn't look
in.
like it's got anything listed, that's all.
There's an elevation to the right. It's 18 feet to the back parapet, which is by the carport, and the front one is probably 16.
God, okay, so we're saying where the number 1 is, that's 8 feet right there.
The number one,
That's
is
what I see in my screen. I'm just using it as a
Yeah.
reference.
the number one in elevation. Those two facades are about 16 and 14 feet tall.
Oh, okay.
I think she's asking the height of the pool, Mark, this part.
That's only 5 feet.
4 or 5 feet. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it will be landscaped in front as well.
Yeah, I get that. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't just a glaring
Yeah,
thing
I
there.
hear you.
Thank you, Claire. Let's go on to John Watson. Do you have any questions?
David, could you go to the site plan, please? Mark, can you explain what's going on with that driveway? I see some dark lines and some dashed lines down that
Yes.
parking area.
Yes. We plan to, the area which has the dark lines, we plan to redo in new concrete with an 8-inch gap for either diamondia or gravel. So it's like enhanced paving at the entry to the garage and the entry to the home. But where we have the dash lines, again, is on our wish list in terms of making that concrete as well. But for the time being, till we get final pricing back, that is asphalt, which continues from the street down to that darker lined edge. So it transitions from asphalt to top cast concrete.
So the only added area is in that northern portion of that,
Yes, yes,
And-
where the trees are removed.
and that little quasi double triangle. That's the only
Yes.
added asphalt.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, John. Tip, did you have any questions?
Yes, I have one question about the new pool that is being added. What is the drop in elevation from the pool to the finished grade, to the back of the pool?
We're checking on that right now. 5 feet.
5 feet, that's passing the overflow.
Yes.
So go to that section.
We can go to the section on A 6.1, clarifies that.
There you go. That's it.
There it is.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay,
So
That's what I was
we
trying
have
to
it
get you.
somewhere.
thank you. That's all I have, Bill.
All right, thank you, Tip. Sam, are you on? I don't know if Sam, we have you there? I think I see him anymore.
I just resent him a new invite, so
Okay, all right, well, we'll skip over.
Need
it.
Sam.
Dave Mindro, did you have any questions?
Yes, are there any other trees to be removed besides the two at the driveway and the 2 oaks
Yes,
down by the pool?
there's 2 oaks. There's the 3 ficus at the driveway motor court, and there's 1 big podocarpus, which is in plan here to the south, which has been messing with the existing retaining wall, and it's just overgrown, and we're going to replant. We're going to propose some trees there, which you can see on John's elevation. John, did you ever find that south elevation?
The rendered one.
The
I
rendered
sent it over to Dave. Did you get it?
Oh, I haven't looked. Yes, I will look right now.
That one, this kind of gives you the general vibe of the whole place from the south. That's kind of the vision we have. And that shows the proposed or future proposed trees in the foreground. The infinity edge pool, the massing in the center of the project, the existing mission tile roof. We're considering some horizontal wood siding to make it, bring it into the more warm modern feel. And the existing windows are all 8 feet, 8-foot sliders, and with the metal sunshade structures in front of them. It's a spectacular piece of property that really deserves more architecture.
Is that it, Dave? Dave, was that all your?
Yeah, oh, yes, yes.
Okay. Let's see, Don Sharp isn't on, right? You don't see him, Sharon, do you? Don Sharp,
I do not.
okay. And is Sam back? I didn't see him.
Oh, I don't think he's back. I think he's
Okay,
trying to
all right.
reboot.
So my only question on this sheet right here is that a V ditch that's down there at the bottom of the site that looks like it crosses over I guess that's not the property line, that's in the setback there, but then there's some site walls or something that look like they come from the
That,
neighbor.
those are the neighbors. The site walls are possibly on the neighbors or on our property, but they're the neighbors' walls, I believe, and that's a swale.
There's a drainage.
Drainage swale, existing swale.
A hard line concrete kind of a swale there, that's
Yeah.
existing.
Yeah, you don't notice it. It's quite a ways down the hill, and you can see the topos are fairly steep at that point.
Yeah, yeah, and that's all existing there anyway.
Yes, yes.
One other question. If you go to, I think it's sheet 8, Dave, I see it in your roof plan there too. Are you proposing glass in between where you have item 12?
So that most likely, if we have a wish list where that could become a window into the long hallway on the interior. But for now, we're proposing that is a niche clad in stone.
Okay, so it just recesses back from the planes that are ahead of it there.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, that was all I had for questions. So then let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item 1 at 1149 Glenview Road? Sharon, anybody there?
No, Bill, thank you. I did not receive any letters or phone calls, and nobody has their hand up.
We will close public comment and we will go to board members' comments. John Watson, what are your thoughts on this?
I think this is a very nice project. I am looking forward to finding out where you're going with the roofing, because it's going to have a huge effect on the ultimate look and feel of the building. And so besides that, and I guess the comment is on that, if it's the older tile, I think you're going to need a warmer color on the building, so it's not too much of a discontinuity visually. And if it's a more modern roof, I think you can really get going with whatever colors you want. We do not approve, Mark, things light paint colors with an LRV of greater than 84. So when you pick one, please get 84 or less. Besides that, I think it's a nice project. I think, in my personal opinion, it can come back for preliminary final at the next meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, John. Claire, what are your comments on this?
I think I totally agree with Mr. Watson. You know, I think it's a lovely building. You know, I hope the budget people can figure a way to put this metal roof on, because I think this is what this building really calls for. And I agree with Mr. Watson's recommendation that this should come back to the board, to the full board for preliminary final at the next.
All right, thank you, Claire. Tip, what are your comments?
I definitely don't have any other comments besides, yes, it's a nice modest improvement, and I believe this project definitely can come back for preliminary and final at the next agenda whenever the applicant is ready.
Okay, thank you, Tip. Dave Mindro, your
I
comment?
think it's a very nice update of the building and commensurate with the site. And you can let your clients know I wholeheartedly support the metal roof. I think that would transform the project and be worth the value. You know, the value would be worth it.
Okay, thank you, Dave. I agree with all that. I think the roof is a pretty strong element in this project too. And I think I believe you said you come down on it from the roads above and you drive down to it. So you're going to really see that roof. So, but I like the additions and the changes you've made. I think it looks really good and anxious to see the details. So I would recommend certainly to come back to return to full board for preliminary and final when you're ready. Okay.
Thank you.
Bill,
Yes.
I'm going to be absent for a couple minutes. I need to resend. Sam is having an issue, so I need to resend the invite.
Okay, so what do you need me to do?
Nothing. I just want you to know I'm not here.
Okay, all right. So we can go on though anyway.
Of course. Thank you.
All right, very good. All right, thank you, Glenn and Mark. We'll go on to the next item. 2,
Thank you, guys.
646 Romero Canyon Road. It's here for conceptual review. It has planner. So is the applicant online? Looks like Brian Banks.
Mr. Chair, MBAR members, yes, Brian Banks is here, agent for the owners. We also have Anthony Grumbine from Harrison Design as our architect and Chris Kimpel as our landscape architect.
All right, very good. Go ahead and give us your presentation.
Okay, this is a pretty straightforward project. There's an existing trellised outdoor dining kind of kitchen area that we're proposing to renovate and put a proper roof on that structure. We're also proposing the famous backup generators that are so popular now and some AC units. And in terms of landscaping, it's basically a renovation of the existing landscaping. Lots of new plantings around the foundation of the existing residence, but essentially a renovation. No changes are proposed to the residence itself. So again, the outdoor trellised dining cooking area becomes a covered area, the generator, AC units, and the rehabbed landscape. And the only other thing I'll add is that in terms of our DAB floor area, we're allowed for this lot about 759 square feet, and we're coming in with a roof area of 265. So we're well under our DAB FAR. And with that, I'll turn it over to Anthony. He can walk you through architecture.
Great, thanks, Brian. All right, so if we can go to the next page. Like Brian said, this is a pretty simple, straightforward project. So the existing, you see in the C there, image C, you can see the existing trellis. We're going to be converting that into a little pavilion, the same spot, same footprint, same general design, but a little nicer, and remodeling the kitchen that's there, the outdoor kitchen. All right, and then the other, I guess, the other shot to look at, you can see also the big hedges all the way around, that they go all the way around the whole property, very big, thick hedged property. The next image to look at is H. We'll look at it in site plan as well, but that's the pool with the existing pool equipment up at the top of the fountain, or the little waterfall there, a rock waterfall. And we're going to be just changing out the pool equipment there. It's in the corner existing, and we're changing out to quieter pool equipment that meets all the decibel rating stuff. All right, and then let's see, anything else on these images? I think those are the main ones to look at. And then if we go on to the next page, the site plan, and if we start in the left, you see where the right above the garage, there's a generator space and new generator space and fenced enclosure there. Yep, there we go, wood fence enclosure, and then generator, and then it meets all the decibel ratings. And then to the right is the pavilion, and that's where we're putting a lid on it, a hard lid, and the same basic size and shape. And then on to the right, keep going, you can go past the pool and see the pool equipment. There we are. Yep, existing pool equipment to be replaced. Perfect. And then if we go down to below the house, just on the other side of the house, yeah, exactly. Then you can see the AC condenser there, the AC unit. And then the only other thing to point out really was the existing floodlights that we're pointing out. The existing floodlights to be removed around the house. There's a lot of big floodlights, so we're removing those and doing all compliant with dark sky. So that's pretty much it for the site plan. If you want to go on to the next page, yeah, perfect. So here's a little pavilion structure. We've got a copper roof, heavy timbers, stone to match existing. It's pretty straightforward. And the kitchenette remodel, or the outdoor kitchen remodel, has all the pieces that you see in plan there. You can also see in the middle of the piers where the location of the current posts are for the trellis. So, but we're just kind of lift it up a little bit and give it a protected lid for outdoor dining as well. And then we have lights underneath that are covered by the roof. And let's see, materials with the material board there. It's pretty straightforward, copper, iron, lights, standing seam roof, and stone to match existing. So with that, I think that covers all the items that I wanted to. And so
Anthony, you might want to touch
yeah.
on the lighting again and just describe to the board where the pendant's going, because
gotcha.
so
Yeah,
that
good
it's
point.
covered.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see in section and cross section the little dashed where the pendants are in the under the roof of the pavilion. That's where those lights are going, right? Yeah, just a little bit lower. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So that's where we're proposing that the lighting to go. And yep, that's about it. Yeah. So with that, I think I can hand it over to Chris Kimple for landscape.
Hello, everybody. Chris here. Basically, this property on all perimeters has a huge pittosporum hedge. You cannot see into the property at all. There's no neighbors that can view. There's no street view. I just wanted to reiterate what Anthony said. So just to highlight this, the dark green areas on the perimeter and some of the foundation planting of the home are already there. That shows existing plantings. Where we are renovating, some of the existing planting areas are on the west of the garage, the south foundation planting and east foundation planting, and a little bit on the north side around the generator, the AC units. So that I can walk you through that if you like. But as I said, you cannot view this property anywhere for the renovation plantings that we are doing. Claire and Sam, basically we're using low to medium drought tolerant plantings on the west side there. We're infilling under the west side of the garage, the driveway. That's existing avocados there with a pittosporum hedge along the perimeter fencing. That's going to be coral bells, Virginia, infilling existing Virginia, bush anemone, some pittosporum. That's kind of what's happening there. The foundation planting to the south of the residence is lavenders, iceberg roses. Moving around to the east side of the foundation, it's variegated pittosporum, the compact pittosporum crassifolium, some gardenias, osmanthus, and then on the north side of the residence, just replacing what was there. We have some camellias, hydrangeas, and whatnot. And the rest, as I said, mentioned, were existing plantings. And then the next sheet that we have is our water calculations. Notes, details, plant legend. And then the next sheet would be our hydrozone plan. We're well under our usage, water calculation usage. So we're fine there. And the blue shows the medium use water requirements for the plantings, and the green shows low. And then the next page would be my lighting plan. Just to go through this with you, I sit on Hope Ranch as well, so I'm very low level lighting. Just to say that every light fixture is FX luminaire, and we're doing path lights down and 2 types of down lights. And then we're doing a wall wash light on the stream, but everything has zoning and dimming capabilities. So all these lights can be dimmed. Coming in the entry, it's a very dark street. So we have some small entry trees right before you get to the entry gate. Those are cercis right there, that number A, and it's the VE fixture, which you'll see on the next sheet. And they are 3 LED with dimming capabilities. And the reason I did that lighting there was just, it's such a dark street, and just to announce the entry for people to come in and see the entry of the residence. All the other interior lighting, no one will ever see. It's a little bit of a path lights. That would be item or number C. That's an FX fixture as well. It's 3 LED. We have some other down lights on existing trees that would be mounted higher up. They, because we have existing sycamore trees, some existing magnolias, and those are dimmable as well. They are 6 LEDs, but can be dimmed. And the height on those would be probably 7 to 10 feet. And the A fixtures would be a lot lower on the, like the entry, that would probably be 5 to 6 feet at this point. The trees aren't that mature. The path lights are 3 LEDs as well. This number D and E are step lights and in flush wall mounted lights. And it's an under cap fixture, and those are 1 LED. And then we have the 2 fixtures that I did propose, uplighting the washing, I should say, the boulders at the spa. And those are just 2, and they're 3 LED, and they're in the planters just to wash the boulders and the waterfalls. So they would be very low level. And then the next sheet would be the fixtures. As I mentioned, they're FX fixtures, and they're all 3 LEDs, except for the DE downlight, which is 6, dimmable, as I mentioned. And then the LF fixture to the lower right, that's 1 LED, and that's the step and under wall cap light. I think that's it for mine.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, that's basically it, Mr. Chair and Embar. We do have the next pages are our noise specs for the generator and AC units and pool equipment, if you care to look at those. But we've all vetted those, and they'll be well under most of the items, except for the generator, under 65 dBA at source. The generators, when you do the math, logarithmic math, is going to be well under the 65 at the northern property line. And I think with that, that's what we have for you.
Okay, all right, thank you, Brian. Let's go to questions of board members. Sam, I see you're on. Do you have any questions? Sam?
Maybe he's not.
Sam, you there? Not hearing you. All right, well, we'll come back to you, Sam. John Watson, any questions?
I have 2 questions. On the architecture, right there. Anthony, have you checked the code for the distance between the top of a barbecue and flammable structure above?
We will have to double check it, but I believe it's clear with the heavy timber. But we'll have to double check that.
Okay, and the fire code at the same time. Yes?
Yep.
Okay, and then David, PDF page 8, please. Chris, when I looked at this plan this morning, David, down in the middle at the bottom, there's a table. When I looked at the number of fixtures that you had shown there, and then just started doing a rough count, it looked to me that this quantity number does not reflect the extent that you're showing on the drawing. Am I right? Am I wrong? Am I missing something?
Actually, I thought I was spot on, but I can double check that.
Okay. And you kept saying things can be dimmed, but isn't it also true that dimmed lights allow you to crank them up fully?
Well, the only thing about that though, John, however, is that I already have the low LED numbers on these. So I never like to overlight anything, any property, but these also are all very low LEDs. I mean, my 3 LED is comparable to a 20-watt incandescent path light. And the 1 LED is like a 10 incandescent. So Claire knows, and Sam does as well. So I don't think I've overlit this, but I do always like to have the dimming capabilities. I like to always have that option in my designs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you, John. Sam, are you back? No, still not hearing you, Sam.
No, I think it's on his side. Unfortunately, I've sent him the invite. So I don't know what to do.
Sharon, can you have him call in on his phone?
Cell phone, have him call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he said he loves it and 2 thumbs up.
Thank you, Sam.
Anthony's a lip reader now. Yeah.
Have him call on his cell phone. That would be best. We would like his input.
Okay. All right, Tip, your questions?
Yes, and I do not have any questions.
You don't? Okay, all right. Claire, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I kind of want to go back to the the entrance lights, Chris. I mean, I could, when you were going through and presenting, what are, okay, those lights, I mean, I got the little symbol, but
Okay,
I need to know what that symbol inside of your sheet, the fixture sheet. I mean,
can we go to the, yes, can we go to, no, the next page following the lighting? There you
Here's the
Claire,
fixture sheet.
it's the Claire, it's the VE light fixture, the shroud with all the little holes in it to the top left there.
Got it. Thank you. I just couldn't, I just wasn't following along.
Yeah.
quick enough. I was going, oh my God, what fixture is this? Okay.
It's a long shroud with the little holes in it.
Yeah. And that is just going to be hanging from the wall, or?
It's going to be hanging from a branch in the tree that we feel that's appropriate. It's just a little soft little light.
Oh, so okay. See, okay. I see what the thing is that because you've got existing planting there, I didn't know what the tree was. Okay. On your plant.
All right, thank you.
So those are going to be hanging from the hedge.
From the, they're multi-cercis trees, Claire, and they're not even that big yet. So they're going to just be, it's just really to just do a soft wash on the entry drive.
Okay.
Thank you. Dave Mendo, did you have any questions?
No questions, Bill. Thanks.
Oh, I had one other question, Bill.
Go ahead, Claire.
What is the paving around the existing pool?
Oh, that's an existing flagstone terrace, and it shows in one of the site photos. That's
Okay, I just wanted to be clear because it's not graphically showing that. But...
It's flagstone. There you go. There you go.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, great. Dave, could you go to PDF 8 again real quick?
Mm-hmm.
So Chris, to explain to me just which light fixtures are up lighting things? I know you have a lot of downlights, path light.
Everything's the 2F, sorry, I interrupted you. The 2F fixtures are a very soft wall wash light, and they're literally just because there's a stream and waterfall down there. If we go to the next other photos previous, but it's just to wash the water washing over the boulders, and they're located in planting areas. So they're angled just to show the water trickle down the stream.
Got it. So they're really just pointing kind of horizontally, really not up in the sky. So
they're not. No, I want them to wash the boulders and the water coming down the stream.
And if you wanted to go to page 2, the photo page, there's a couple of good photos of those boulders. It's like this little artificial stream, brook thing that might be helpful.
I remember.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. There you go.
It's right there. So
it's right there. So I want to wash those 2 waterfalls. So I have one onto the lower one to the right and to the left to wash the upper waterfall.
Got it.
And as I mentioned, behind that is a huge pittosporum hedge, cercis trees. So, but the intent is just to wash that water spill.
And the hedge kind of is deceiving because the property line is on the other side of that hedge quite a ways.
It's the property line's way back from that.
It is. Yeah. And then we have trees on the other neighbor's property behind the hedge. So our intent is not to uplight trees.
Yeah, they're like way far away. Okay, thank you. Sam, are you?
No, go ahead.
I was going to ask Sam, are you on yet? Can we hear you? No, still not hearing you.
No, I sent him a message asking him to join if he could via his phone.
He can write his comments and stick them in the camera. Anyway,
or you can give me a thumbs up.
Okay, all right. Well, we're okay. Let's go to public comment now. Is there anybody in the audience that'd like to speak to this item 2 at 646 Romero Canyon Road?
No, I didn't receive anything and nobody has their hand up.
Comment. Go to comments from the board. John Watson, what are your thoughts on this project? John? There you go.
Okay, coming on. I like the project. I think this is a project that qualifies for preliminary and final on consent. I don't see any reason to bring this back to the full board. Having said that, I am wondering if it comes back full or not to the consent calendar. Chris, if you could please have individual colors for each type of light fixture. It's easier to read them that way on the plan, and then color the plan and put a dot or something like that on the fixture page. And so it's much easier to understand what it is you're attempting to do. Besides that, I think it's a nice, modest project, and we do not need to see it at the full board anymore. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, John. Claire, comments?
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. And thank you, Mr. Watson, for pointing out the difficulty of trying to figure out what lights are where. You know, I mean, I think it's an acceptable plan. It's just very difficult graphically to read it on a computer. So I think that your added color it will be great. At conceptual, or no, we'll see it at consent. Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, great. Thank you, Claire. Tip, comments? You're muted. You're muted, Tip.
It's a very, I think, the very minor project, and I really don't have any problems or concern. Definitely, it can come back for preliminary final consent.
Okay, great. Thank you. Dave Mendro, your comment?
I think it's a well-conceived project, and I agree that it can come back on final on consent.
Okay, great.
Mr.
And
Chair.
I agree with that as well. I don't have any issue with it. It looks really well done. So that being said, why don't you come back?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Claire.
Yeah, I want to go back. I just looked at my notes here, and I want to go back to the generator location. I know we've got all the sound specific. Are you proposing that to be a fence or a wall, or what is that? It looks like a fence, right?
Wood fence
Yeah.
enclosure.
Wood fence
Yeah.
with landscaping.
Fence. Okay, and
Yep.
Either you or somebody could they actually address this sound thing again? Yeah, I know Mr. Banks talked about whatever he talked about. I'm just really concerned because
Sure.
you know,
Yeah, we can.
I have a 3-acre parcel, and people around me are putting in generators, and let me tell you, I could hear it miles away. So that's
Yeah.
now becoming now a very big concern for me.
We get it. So yeah, you're focused right in there on the noise spec. So the zoning standard is maximum 65 decibels at any property line. And so basically what most of the manufacturers, they'll give you a measurement at a certain distance. 7 meters is for some reason popular. So what you do is you look at that. And so without a sound attenuating enclosure, we would be at 67 at the source. And then I can't remember, Anthony, we're 50 some odd 60 feet from the property line. So,
So
when you do the math, it's like a logarithmic function, and you decrease the decibels by 6 every time you double the linear distance. So it'll be a fraction of the 65. And Claire, the other thing that planning is doing now is they're adding that generator condition to the land use permit that allow you to exercise it. You know, they have to do the monthly exercise thing, but they limit it. I think it's 15 minutes, or can't remember the exact number, but they condition the project to limit it to monthly for like 15, Kimberly might know, 15 or 20 minutes, something like that. So you shouldn't be hearing these. You should hear it once a month, less than 20 minutes, and only then if the power goes out. So I'm not sure why people are running their generators.
Well, I know, but this is, I mean, the generators are just leased up where I am. You know, it's, I mean, nobody's getting permits or anything. They're just putting them in, you know, and you know, some people seem to want to run them all the time. I don't know.
I don't know why.
I mean, I have no idea, you know, and this is what you're proposing is a Generac, right?
Correct, this spec, this model.
Okay, okay.
So.
Probably a lot quiet.
It's not that I'm having any problem. I'm just trying to get myself educated about generators now. That's all.
Go ahead, Sharon.
So I believe Sam is now in on his phone, and I need to tell him how to unmute. So you hit *6, Sam, to unmute your phone. I wasn't sure if you saw my text. So just hit *6 on your phone. It should unmute you.
Maybe try going to another computer in your office there.
Who? Me?
Sam. Sam. Everybody.
This is actually my third computer here that I've gone to for this Zoom meeting.
Oh, yeah, no, I meant Sam, have him go to another one.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Anyway.
You know, it's just.
All these things, you know, it's all this technology. I mean, it just seems to break down every once in a while. Okay.
I think generally the consensus is that you can come back for preliminary final on consent. I think you've got enough information there, and we like what you're doing, and we appreciate the effort and the study you've done in the generator field and checking the sound qualities, which is going to be something you're going to need to pass with the planner anyway. So anyway, all right.
Thank you all.
Great.
Have a good week.
Brian, I like
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
you should highlight your Hawaiian tan.
Thank you. Thanks for noticing. Mahalo.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, thanks. Okay, let's go on to item 3860 San Ysidro Road. If this is here for concept review, preliminary final approval. Were there minutes then or not? You have minutes?
No, no minutes.
Does have a planner. Okay, is the applicant online?
Hi, this is Bob Irvine. This is Bob Irvine. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we.
Yes.
Go ahead and give
All
us
right.
your.
All right. Thank you, Chair and board members, for hearing us. Our team is comprised of Carla Vega and Stephen Diaz, who are architects, and Daniel Parenti, who is our team landscape architect. So we're here. These are owner requested revisions to an approved project. I'm going to briefly summarize, and then I will turn the mic over to others to speak about architecture and landscape architecture and civil engineering items. So the previously approved project was, 8,726 square feet, which was 69% of recommended FAR. We are now at, we increased to 9339, so we're at 70% of FARs. So what these changes essentially include, as they say, new square footage primarily to a pool cabana, which is now just under 800 square feet. We also made changes to the, we changed from Jada to Steelworks doors and windows throughout the project, and added some pocketing areas to accept sliding doors, which Steve will talk about. We've also added dark sky compliant landscape lighting fixtures from the previous approved plan, which Dan will talk about. Dan will also summarize civil engineering comments regarding stormwater, impact of these changes to stormwater, and minimal impacts to the overall landscape plan. So with that, Steve, I'll hand it over to you to talk about architecture.
Steve, are you muted? I don't see Steve. I think you're.
There we go. How about that?
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. So yeah, if you wanted to see where we added square feet, if you could go to sheet A or A041, and that'll give you a pretty good
Can you
idea.
tell me either the
number.
plan or the PDF page?
I think you have your landscape first, so go all the way through the landscape. It'll be the architecture sheets, and it'll probably be the 6th architecture sheet, I think.
No, it's gotta be. The
Well,
landscape, yeah. Okay, there we go. 8, sheet 8.
Yeah, I think the landscape sheets were loaded first, and then the architecture ones look like they're loaded after. So
what drawing are you oh, these are still landscape? Okay.
yeah, you want to go to the A041. I think you only have the landscape ones loaded.
Yeah, let me check here.
Or if you want, I can share my screen, but there you go, perfect. And
So
go down to the third, go to sheet 4.
Yeah.
There you go. So if you zoom in, you can start seeing all the clouded areas are essentially the areas demarking the added square footage. But primarily from what Bob said is when we changed the door manufacturers and adding screen doors as well as pocketing doors, it essentially made the walls thicker. And then on top of that, we added bug screens and solar shades up in the header and that also increased the thickness of the wall. So that's why there was an increase in square footage on some of these areas, just at the corners or at the perimeters of the buildings. And that's primarily about it. So, and besides the larger addition at the Polkabana, which was a client-driven change. And then the only other change was at the whole master suite. There was a reconfiguring of the layout of the master suite. Yeah, exactly. That whole red clouded area right there. We adjusted the location of the covered porch and made the side deck smaller.
Exterior elevation changes then? See those?
Yes, and those are on sheets. They start on the sheet A20s for exterior elevations. So go to A203. I think you're a little bit, just go.
13, Dave, I think maybe.
13.
Yeah, 13.
Yeah, perfect. There you go. So if you zoom in onto the bottom one, most of the window changes, essentially we originally all the window muttons, we had muttons at the upper portion of the doors, roughly at 18 inches from the upper portion and 18 inches from the lower portion. Then we changed all the muttons to be 3 equal spaces. So primarily throughout the whole entire project, any door that went from floor to ceiling or window that went floor to ceiling, the mutton spacing went to 3 equal spaces versus having at the top and the bottom. And then the other change on this elevation also is if you right where your cursor is, if you go to that red box, perfect. The exterior stair originally had a glass roof over it, and we ended up changing that to go to a flat roof rather than a glass roof. So it's still the same size, still accesses the office, but it's no longer a gabled glass roof over the stair. And if you want to see that in a better view, you could also go to sheet A301B. They'll show you that stair in a better view and a side view so you can actually see what we're talking about too. Go a little bit further down, A301B. So it'll be a sections. It'll be right after the elevations. There you go. I think it's there, perfect. See the red box on the bottom? This originally the stair roof followed the gable end of the roof of the office behind it, but we made that a flat roof. So that shaded portion shows the glass area of the stair. And beyond that, we added a lot more of needed details to detail all the drainage, all the shades that go inside the pot, inside the walls. We revised the details for decking as well as drainage under the decking, but primarily most of these changes were on the exterior, on the cosmetic side for doors and windows.
Had we approved this, Sharon, already for final?
No, it's on the agenda for conceptual review. It's coming back for conceptual review, preliminary and final.
So
Bill, this is review after final. They've already got a building permit.
that's what I mean. That's what I was asking. Okay. Yeah, got it. All right. Okay, landscape, you want to show us that too, or is there any changes? Is that no changes to landscape?
I'd like to see the landscape plan anyway, whether we changed it or not.
Yeah. Let's see, Daniel should be on
It
this.
must have changed because the size of the pergola has changed by 200 feet. That's why I want to see the landscape plan, what happened there.
Cabana down there.
Okay. Is Daniel on by any chance? Because he's our landscape.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Great. So I guess the major item to talk about in the landscape is relating to the swimming pool and pool cabana. Since that grew a little bit and shifted to the east, one benefit of that landscape-wise is we are pulling away from a large cluster of oak trees to the west of the swimming pool. We've removed the infinity edge to stay out of the drip line there. On the other side, there is another oak tree that's kind of in the northeast corner of the pool cabana. You can see a little red dashed line. We had our arborist come out and take a look at it, and there's actually kind of a wound that's weathered over, but there's decay from boring insects and fungal activity. So he's actually recommending to remove it for safety reasons, for fear that it could topple over at the point of decay. So I think
the arborist?
that's Duke McPherson.
Okay.
The only change then?
One other thing relating to this pool house revision, we've had our civil engineers evaluate this change in terms of the stormwater control system. And I guess the existing rain garden south of the pool has enough capacity to handle the change. So at this point, they're not recommending any changes to the stormwater system control measures based on this.
Okay. All right, very good.
Next item for landscape, if we can go to the lighting plan, that's sheet L4, probably on the other side of those planting sheets. 2 down from the green, maybe 1 further down. Yeah. So we have added additional lighting along the paths and walkways, bridges and steps. Due to, the client has safety concerns for visibility. So there are additional path lights along the walkways. These are all low intensity, low glare, pointing downwards. So that's a change.
Okie dokie, does that cover all your changes?
Yep, that's it.
I believe it does. Yes.
Thank you. Then let's go to questions of the board. Claire, do you have any questions?
Yes, I want to know, we've, this lighting plan gets me a little excited here. So all the little yellow circles that are now going around all the paths everywhere, even at the entrance up there. Okay, it's item A. What fixture is that?
That's the Calzada path light.
This one right here?
That's right, exactly.
Okay. Okay, that's, I think that's my main question.
Okay. Sam, are you back yet?
I don't think Sam's gonna join us.
Okay. All right. Tip, do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
All right. John, did you have any questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Dave Mendro, any questions?
Yeah, how many downlights do you have in the trees? It's a little hard. There's so many, it's hard to see them.
Well, it looks
Let me-
like, yeah, 1, 2, well, you can see what them were, 1, 2, 3.
These are, I'm assuming the Bs are downlights?
B,
That's right. So for those, we have 76.
76 downlights? Okay.
Yeah, the main area east of the stream, along the east property line, is under dense canopy.
So there's, okay, that's my question. Thank you.
And those would be no more than 12 feet up in the branches.
Okay. Yeah, I did not have any questions. So let's move to public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that'd like to speak to this item 3860 San Ysidro Road? Sharon, anybody?
Nope,
out
I
there?
don't have anybody. Thank you.
Close public comment, go back to comments from the members of the board. Claire, comments do you have about this? Claire? you there?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm just trying to be appropriate with my comment. So, well, here's my straight comment is I cannot vote for this project giving the lighting plan, period. I think there's too many, I mean, 72 hanging lights, you know, it's like Disneyland. I'm sorry, but it just is, there's way too many pathway lights. There's too many hanging lights. And so I will not be voting for this project.
Claire?
Unless the applicant wants to come back with a reduced lighting plan.
Yes. All right, thank you, Claire. John Watson, what are your comments?
Well, I think the architecture is nice. I think what they're doing in terms of buildings is insignificant. I think that what they're doing on the lighting plan is very significant. And I will join Claire in asking for it to be reduced, or if they don't want to reduce it, I'll make a motion for denial. So that's my feeling.
Okay, thank you, John. Tip, what are your thoughts?
I do have to agree with both Claire and John's comments. So other than that, I have no additional comments.
Yeah, lighting and Dave Mendro as well, your comments?
Yeah, I think the architecture and the landscape are all fine. They're not creating any new impacts that weren't already there. They're all very consistent with the original approved design, but I too, the lighting isn't appropriate for Montecito and our guidelines, and needs to be significantly reduced before I could support the project. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Dave. I agree with all that. Yeah, absolutely. The first thing I think is architecture looks great. Landscaping, the plans for the landscaping, the plantings are fine. The lighting is extensive though, and too much. And I don't know if we can give them any more direction than to reduce it, but do we tell them by a certain amount, or just tell them
Significantly reduce it.
significant?
Yeah, you know, and then come back, you know, I mean, that's all.
Do this, Jesus Christ.
It's agendized for consent.
I think Bob's familiar with what is typically acceptable. And this is way out of bounds.
We understand.
can't
We're
get it.
sensitive to what you're saying. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sam, we can hear
Yes.
What's the music?
You're asking final as well. Did we see details? Is there any information on the details of the building? Well, we saw that already, so would we be needing to see additional details for the changes? We already approved the original building, so what does the other board members think about details of the structural changes? Do we need to see any of that?
Mr. Chairman, as you know, I'm a stickler for details. Sam, I think you're on. Can you mute yourself, oddly enough? I'm not particularly worried about it. So what I would be willing to do is to make a motion for approval as submitted with the lighting not to be included in the approval if they want that.
We're on.
We could do that. Does everyone agree that'd be okay to approve the architecture and not approve the lighting at this point in time and have that just come back?
John, I mean, given we're, I mean, it's agendized for conceptual review, preliminary and final. What stage would you be giving a preliminary minus the lighting?
I would be willing to give preliminary and final if they want that without the lighting. Keep them moving along. Or if they really feel strongly about the lighting, let them come back with a significant reduction in lighting and we'll hold off everything. So whatever they want to do, I'm good.
Yeah, well, yeah, I would be willing to make a motion for preliminary for the applicant to return with a new lighting plan. That's what my take.
Yeah. So this is William. I would just say, given the stage we are in construction, we would prefer to separate the lighting approval at this point, just so they could keep moving forward in the field before the weather gets upon us for like the pool cabana changes and those. So if we could do that, that would be preferable.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
They cannot pull off the lighting. If you give final approval on it with the lighting not part of it, they would need to resubmit a land use permit application and a BAR application for the lighting only, which is awkward.
Yeah,
so my recommendation would not be to grant final approval on this project at this time.
So we could give them preliminary approval and then they come back for final.
Return for final with a new lighting plan.
The new lighting plan, yes.
No, they can't separate the project.
Yeah. William, what do you want to do?
I'm not separating the project. I'm saying that we're going to give the project preliminary approval with the applicant to return with a new lighting plan, and then we'll give it final.
William, what do you want to do?
I mean, it sounds like, I prefer to separate the lighting plan or that, but it sounds like we can't, right? So I don't.
More time, more money.
Yeah, you'd have to submit a separate application just for the lighting. You'd have to cancel it off of your original application and submit a new application for just the lighting plan.
Could you approve it based?
I'm not willing to do that, by the way. I mean, this lighting plan is so over the top. I don't want to have the applicant to come back and show me another lighting plan after the fact. I mean, this is it's just unacceptable to me.
Well, we can make the decision.
That's the applicant's problem. It's not the county's problem.
Right.
I mean, if they're hung up with construction, that's not the county's problem. This is unacceptable.
You could cancel your lighting portion in the application, although we're looking at it now. I don't know how that would work. You could cancel it and say you're going to leave lighting just as it was approved originally.
Yeah, you could approve it.
I
think if you guys could approve it contingent on the lighting as we originally proposed, and then if we talk to the client, they want to resubmit for some additional lighting, I think this is going to give us some leverage to ratchet things down a good bit. Then we could come back with that submittal, because it really is important to us to get on this if we can before the weather turns.
So you
Mr.
want us to make a proposal for final approval with no lighting?
Correct.
Preliminary
That would
final.
be good. Yes.
Kimberly?
Mr. Chair, if I could interject again. When I said awkward for returning for a land use permit and Board of Architecture review for lighting, it really is awkward. We don't issue land use permits for lighting. So if the board wants to go that direction, we'll certainly make it happen, but it would be cleaner if the final approval was granted for the project as a whole.
Yeah, I
You don't
don't
wanna-
understand why, why we can't just give it preliminary and the applicant come back with an appropriate lighting plan. I don't know, lighting is one of the biggest issues in Montecito right now, and I just think we should follow the rules and do what's necessary and have the applicant come back one more time,
Yep.
and
Let's do this. We'll give it
an appropriate
preliminary.
plan. Unless we can come up right now, whether the applicant right now can show us the original lighting plan.
No, I think they should come back for preliminary final with all these things resolved with the planner, and we not spend any more time on this. It's up to them to figure out how to position this, but I'm not comfortable giving it preliminary approval with this lighting plan in here, whether that we say not including lights or not. They should just come back next time with it resolved.
So David, is that a motion?
That's a motion.
And I'll second it.
All right, all those in
That's a motion for continuing.
I don't know if it's a concept, do we need a motion? We're just continuing.
No, we need a motion, so that's a motion for contingent. to
Continuance,
continue.
yeah.
All right, well,
All right.
all those in favor?
Thank you all.
Second that motion.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I,
Motion carried. So come back for preliminary and final. All right,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's move on to
Thank you very
item
much.
eight.
Hey, Bill, John, can you guys?
Hey, Sam.
Hey, you guys, sorry, I've been missing in action. I've had trouble. I did switch to another computer. And so I'm juggling and playing musical chairs in my office, which is kind of stupid. But I can come in if you call me, I'll come listen on my computer, but I can't speak. Somehow the sound is not working. So I'll do what I can for each item on a specific basis. I'm not going to be at my sound computer the whole time. I'm going to be going back and forth.
I can
Mr.
pick
Chair,
you at
Don
Yes.
Sharp is here
Oh, yeah, hey,
somewhere.
all right.
Somewhere, everybody's here, Auburn showing up all the time.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to a full board with item 4, 1127 Zura. No planner, it's here for concept review. Is the applicant? Hello, anybody there?
Hello.
Hello. Who do we have? Please announce yourself and.
Dee Dee Watkins, I'm the project designer, and Jamie Pierce should be with us too. She's actually the agent for the owner and did all of the landscape.
I'm here. I just don't see myself, but.
Hey, Jamie.
Do you?
Okay.
Go
Can I
ahead
lead on
and
that?
Give us a presentation if you would, please.
Okay, so really the second page would be a little more of interest. We've got an existing home at 1127 Del Zura. It's rather flat at the moment. The photo on the left kind of shows the entry, the existing stucco color, which is an inherent stucco. So what we want to do is add some depth and visual interest there. We're proposing the new portico and also new roofing to sort of create, it needs to be replaced anyways, but we want to go with something richer and darker. The portico is primarily millwork and cladding, and to break up that hard horizontal roof line, we also would like to add shutters and dress up the chimneys a little bit, bring a little bit of the stone that's down below on the property. There are some low stone walls that kind of run throughout. So tie that in with the chimney caps or the chimney bodies. So that's the existing. The existing house has copper gutters too that are wonderful, and we would like to bring that copper up into the chimney cap as well. We're looking at replacing, yeah, my digital rendering, a little flat still, but at least you can get a sense of it. We'd like to add shutters for color and interest. Again, just kind of create some layering. My rendering that you have on the screen isn't completely accurate because the little area within those existing low walls will be paved in flagstone as well. So as far as elevation change, we're just extending the step that's currently there. If you go back to the original house image, the photo where it says existing entry would be great. So yeah, it's just really flat. We want to kind of add a little bit of depth there. So what else are we doing? We're actually going to do whole house roofing. What we're looking at is Duralite Saxony slate. That's on a different document. All of the materials that we're talking about are on the 1127 Del Zura presentation board, which is a separate document from the plans.
Look at your lightings, since you've got that.
Yeah, I've got
shown.
the lighting specs in the plans, and they show here as well. So we want to replace the existing exterior lighting with dark sky compliant. Up in the upper left-hand corner, it's really just the inspiration for the millwork. And then you see material for the chimney cap and chimney. The roofing, again, richer, darker. It's interesting, the house color can read a little on the fleshy side right now, but as soon as you bring the dark colors with it, it really enhances it. And we don't want to paint the exterior because it is color inherent stucco. So back to the plan view, there's some details. We've already had it engineered, etc. The subsequent pages will show a little bit of the landscaping, but Jamie's gonna handle that. Then it gets into structural for a few pages, and at the very end, we have the lighting specs. See if I have any other notes here. Yeah, so that's it as far as the architectural end of things. We're just looking at doing, you go back to page 1. Just looking at creating a covered entry area for her.
Okay. Jamie, do you want to give us your
Yeah.
landscape? Okay.
Thanks. So if we could go back to just the title page, just so you can see where the existing driveway is. So it's just easier to see what's going on here. So she just has one, driveway entry and then a quite long walkway to her house and a very wide frontage road. So it might be good to look at the photo board, which is 1127 Del Zura view. Yeah, thanks. Here you see, as you're looking at the residence, the entry, the existing pilasters, and those are to remain. The first photo on that row right there, you back up, is the existing driveway right in front of the white car, showing that on the next row. And then the front yard is quite spacious. If you scroll down, you can see, facing out to the street, out to Del Zura from the house. And then going down further on the page, that row, the top row on the left side, you can see a whole area of yard that's just open. Nothing is there. And you also see that lower portion downhill side view from the street. So that should orient you. And then if we can go to the L1 site plan. So unfortunately,
Which one do you want?
Next
L1,
page.
yeah, 3.
This one?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I see.
Sadly, my graphic rendering is different than what I have. But showing here, it's the driveway is quite dark, so you're not able to see what's really going on. So for the existing driveway, we're expanding that on both sides. On the upper left side of the entry of that drive, will flare out about 6.5 feet. The other side about 18 inches. You can see the dash line on the right side of that existing driveway. It's so hard to see with this graphic.
Do you need
So-
it zoomed in?
So we can see it just fine, you know.
Okay, so then let's see. Then as you get closer towards the garage, you can see the dash line of the existing driveway, and you know, obviously now we have opened that up to a pull-through drive. What we're proposing is to have a darker gray concrete. It'll, I'm sure, lighten up in time, but with a border of flagstone on the sides of the concrete, and then on the interior of the circle will be all flagstone. Same with the walking entry from the street. The walking pathway will be flagstone. It'll also have a flagstone border, and then as you walk through the circle and past the center fountain, that will be flagstone as well as you're walking into the portico. Let's see. Oh, I did want to point out, right near the entrance to the garage, we are pushing that out 4 feet. It's a really pretty tight area for the turnaround. So we'll have a 4-foot wall that'll be stucco.
Jamie, do you also have the driveway exhibit?
Pardon?
There's
The driveway-
also your driveway exhibit document too.
I don't see.
Uh,
This is what I have.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That complete your presentation, Jamie?
No, not yet.
All right.
So our client would like to have better circulation. That's one of, she has several reasons why she would like to have the pull-through driveway. There's no off-street parking. The arrival to her residence leads straight to the garage. It's not a super gracious arrival. The internal circulation is very constrictive. It takes about a 5-point turn to exit. I have heard that there's not a lot of enthusiasm around the pull-through driveways, but this is a quite wide lot and a lot of frontage. There are, as you can see on exhibit, it says Dilzura driveway exhibit. Oh, you don't have that?
I don't have
it.
Oh, that's terrible. Okay.
Google
It's-
Earth, that would help.
Yeah, Google Earth would be great. Thank you.
That showed the neighborhood.
I could email it to Sharon as well, Jamie.
Well, the reality is we're in the middle of reviewing it and.
Yeah, it's all right.
We'll see.
So we've gone around the neighborhood, and within 24 close homes, within 24, there are 11 pull-through driveways. So I wish I could use my finger to point out. It's basically,
It's fine. I think.
Okay.
I think the Google Earth is kind of, at least
Better?
for me, that's enough information.
See two right there on the right.
There's two here, there's one there, there's one here,
Mhm. Looks like one across
couple
the street.
here.
Yeah.
yeah, there's one across from her on the upper side.
Yeah, okay, well, I mean,
Yeah.
you're presenting what your proposal is to us, okay? So I think we just need to move through with the proposal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If this is what you're proposing, okay, then we'll decide what we're gonna do with it.
Your presentation will go on to questions of the board members. John Watson, did you have any questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tip, any questions?
No, thank you.
Don Sharp, any questions?
No, thank you.
Dave Mendro, did you have any questions?
No, thank you, Bill.
Claire, question.
Yeah, I do have a question. Right here, Dave, that's perfect. From the photographs that you presented early on, there, you call out, you call out existing landscaping, but in the photographs, there's only trees. There's no existing landscaping. So what I want to know is, on this project, are you proposing to add landscaping to the frontage of this project, or are you just doing the door and the driveway? I mean, because we're from this property, seen from from your photographs anyway, it looks like it's like bare dirt, from the front. And I want to know what you're proposing to do.
Yeah, on that side where it says existing landscape to remain, so on the very upper left side, it is planted with some fruit trees. My pictures didn't show that upper side there. So that's the part that's going to remain as it is. No, I am proposing the new landscape, as you can see by my, let's see, the list that I have, the plant palette.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm proposing to use those plants in that area. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, is that all your questions then?
Yes, I just wanted to know, I mean, because we don't have a landscape plan that's being presented. And we were presented with photograph that showed bare dirt. So, but before the applicant returns, I would like to see what their plan is here.
Yeah, I'm kind of keeping it pretty loose, conceptual at this point, but showing what I intend.
Yeah, okay.
So Sam, do you have questions? Are you on?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, great. So I had kind of the same questions as Claire. In terms of the double driveway, I see the precedence in the neighborhood, but it seems like the flare and the opening is quite wide. And it seems like there's a lot of paving to the street that needs to be concealed and somehow landscaped in a way that makes the driveway recede or disappear or become subservient to.
Sam, we're in questions.
We're in questions still.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. So I guess I was wanting, like Claire, to see some landscape presented in the front of the driveway.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to get the applicant to understand here.
And
We need a landscape plan here. Yeah.
Right. So I guess that's the only question is I didn't see a presentation of any kind of screening of it in the front. And that's what I was looking for. Okay.
Definitely intend to do that.
And I didn't hear if Claire, are the yellow dots, are those existing oaks or are those
those are existing.
So we're seeing pretty much the existing trees that are there in
the yellow dots are the existing and the
graphic.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Oh, got it. All right. That was my question. Okay. All right, let's close questions of the board and then go to public comment. Is there anybody in this audience that would like to speak to this item 1127 Dulzura?
Bill, I didn't receive anything and nobody has their hands up. Thank you.
No hands, so we'll close public comment. We'll go to board members' comments. Sam, I'm going to go to you. You had something to say about the.
Well, yeah, sorry for continuing there. I'm kind of running back and forth in my office and playing a dancing game. It goes back to what I was kind of a continuation of my thought was that the driveway seems like there's an excess of pavement shown to the neighborhood, shown to the street frontage. So to that end, because it's sloping and you can see it from that one photograph on the right side, it'd be nice to screen it and close it in and, you know, make it more diminutive than it seems like it is in this presentation. So more screening. I like your plant palette, Jamie. I think you just need to up the layering to try to conceal, hide the amount of paving, the amount of the home, look through. It looks like you've got trees as well as landscaping in your concept, but it just needs to be further vetted and further designed so that we don't see the driveway. And maybe do you really need that circle? Maybe people could pull through and park parallel. Just study those kinds of things as you come back. Okay.
All right, thank you, Sam. John Watson.
Mr. Chairman, I have the architectural guidelines here, page 18. The number of driveway cuts should be minimized. The driveway opening should be as narrow as possible. The amount of paving used for access and parking, which is visible from the road, should be only the amount that is needed for parking, turning, egress, and so I don't see that this plan does any of that. I do recognize that there are other driveways in this block that have this, but I think what we are being asked to do by the community through these guidelines is to not all of a sudden have an explosion of asphalt and things like that. I know that there is a solution using that existing driveway, or if they'd like to alter it so you don't walk in, look directly in on the garage. I certainly appreciate that, which would not require two driveways. So I will not be voting for a two driveway plan, even if it's got different materials and things like that. In terms of the architecture, I think it's nice what they're doing. I encourage them to keep going with that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, John. Claire, your comments. Claire?
Yeah, I have no other comments than what Mr. Watson has said. You know, I think the applicant really needs to restudy the proposal for me, you know, because I don't, you know, this is the issue that comes up over and over again. And it's not just with double entrances, it's the paving, you know, the urban feel of paving in the front yard. I just, you know, it's just incompatible with the semi-rural that we've set up in Montecito. And so I think the applicant needs to restudy the whole proposal.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Don Sharp, what are your comments? Don, are you there? You're muted, maybe? Don? Hello?
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, I think John Watson has hit the nail on the head. The awkwardness of that right turn into the circle for guest parking just seems forced and not natural. And I think that although there are a lot, as John said, of double driveways in the neighborhood, I don't think that's a justification for this. It's just a little too formal, and I don't like the fact that
Don, I think we lost you there. Don, we've lost you. We didn't get your final comment. We'll come back to you.
The driveway. Hello?
Yeah, sorry, we lost your last comment there.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sorry, we got about a third of it, I think. So.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, we can. We can hear you.
I just stepped outside here. I think the driveway looks forced. I think the driveway turn into the fountain area is just looks very forced to me. And I don't think that, I think there's a better solution that would everybody would be more happy with if that circle was not there and there was guest parking. I certainly not against the guest parking, but it just doesn't seem right to have the driveway look directly into the garage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Don. Dave Mendro, what are your comments?
Well, I guess since they've demonstrated that this exists in the local neighborhood, that I'm open to considering the 2 driveway cuts where normally I discourage that. I would appreciate seeing the document that's missing. I'm sorry that it wasn't in the package. I don't know how that happened. And then my comments are along the lines of Sam, that if we are going to go with this scheme, that we need really a very developed landscape plan that helps mitigate the visibility of the driveway from the street. And I would strongly encourage the applicant to find ways to reduce the amount of paving, possibly eliminate that circle, and have it really be functional. But I am willing to consider supporting it if it can be mitigated for the neighborhood. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Dave. Tip, your comments?
Yes, you know what, of all the neighborhood, my feeling is that this is a very kind of unique neighborhood, that in a way that all the houses is kind of not too far from the street and not too close from the street and not completely away from the street. And if you happen to drive through the loop here, you can see that most people park their gas park on the street. And I just find that it's very interesting that, why would you want to bring your cars all the way to your front door? Why you don't have that much land? You're probably better used for landscaping. And there's nothing wrong in parking on the street for your gas. That's what this neighborhood is all about. And just because of that, I look at the site plan, I look at so much paving in front, take away all the landscaping, and does it help anything? It brings you 4 feet closer to, no, about 10 feet closer from where you are at the street now. And if it was me, I probably don't want any paving right in front of my house, which is a lot of paving. So because of that, with this special neighborhood, I really believe that you should just have one way coming into the garage and one way out, and the rest should remain as landscaping. Other than that, I think the front porch is absolutely fine as proposed. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tip. Yeah, I think the architecture is fine. I don't have any problem with that. I'm sort of on the fence with the driveway continuing through as a loop like that. I agree. I think we should minimize it. If I was to approve it at all, it would have to be narrower. It would need certainly a lot more landscaping. I would probably not want the circle turnaround taking up so much paving there. It's just maybe the one reason that this might be acceptable is you've got a really wide frontage there on that lot. Not that that's necessarily an excuse or a reason, but maybe it would be acceptable because it's so far away. Each driveway cut is a little further than maybe what would normally be there. So I'm kind of on the fence, but I think I'm going to have to be convinced quite substantially that driveway and the feeling of all the paving can get diminished by landscaping it away. And certainly by reducing the circle in the front, I would rather see that than all the painting that's there. So let's, you were here for concept review. I guess we'll just continue that. You got positive comments on this.
A planner hasn't seen this yet.
Yeah, and you've got no planner yet either. So get your planner assigned and come back with some new thoughts on the drive and landscaping, and we'll see you then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go on to item 5, which is 459 Valley Club Road. This one's here for concept review, preliminary final approval. Planner, we had previous minutes here. Very nice project, maintains the integrity of the original design, return with complete plans. So if the applicant's available, could you give us your name and give us your presentation? Barry, are you there? Can't hear you. You muted? Hello? Hello, hello? Anybody? I see Barry, but you're muted. Are you there, Barry?
Hi there. Sorry, folks. You guys were quick. Hello. So I'm Barry Winnick, presenting for Valley Club with Winnick Architects. Also sitting next to me is Dave Brown, and also representing landscape design, Arthur Chavez is here with Art Luna's office. So thank you, Mr. Chair and board, for inviting us to present.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not sure if the planner is here today, but if not, I'm happy to do the sort of planning overview. So we're here today for actually conceptual preliminary final. And normally we would have just been here for preliminary final, but because we made one little change to the project, that little part, let's say, is conceptual. So we'll talk about what changed from last time. You guys were very charitable in your comments last time. We had all favorable comments and no notes to go back to from the previous minutes, which I think were from around the 26th of July, maybe, somewhere back there. I went back and saw the minutes and there were 2 comments and both comments were favorable. So thank you. The main change that happened, which is what's here for conceptual, is that instead of an ADU, the client decided that she would rather have a gym in that same location. And so now there's a gym as part of the project description, or an exercise room, instead of an ADU. The rest of the project is really the same as what we presented before, with added detail so that it could be applicable for final. And there's one other thing we added to the project description, and that is we have a utility enclosure over on the northwest end of the property, just below where the pool deck is, within a masonry enclosure. And in that equipment enclosure, we are adding an emergency generator. And I was listening earlier when Commissioner Gostanker asked about the generators. This happens to be the same kind of generator, the Generac, and the same dB ratings as was explained by Brian Banks on that project. The difference is ours has a solid enclosure wall around it. So we don't have a wood fence, we actually have a masonry enclosure. So that should even be further mitigating for, whatchamacallit, for, sound. So we could walk through the project, or we could make this an abridged presentation. It's really up to you, because we really haven't changed much. We could go.
Mr. Chairman, would you have them present the landscape lighting, please?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Well.
And the detached gym. I mean, we want to.
Okay. So what we should do then?
That we don't need to see the entire project.
No.
We've looked at it. Now you're here back, to get whatever you want to get.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. So I can tell you page numbers. The first thing would be the detached gym, and that is on page A102, which is page 22 of the PDF.
Perfect. Good for you. You figured out.
Well, and thank you for being clear about what you'd like to see.
Yeah. Okay, so that's not the gym. Oh,
well, maybe that's the wrong number.
I was gonna say, that doesn't look like it's detached.
Well, we might as well stay there for a second. That's the equipment enclosure, just so you'll know where it is, and that has the generator. So what happened with our page numbering? Maybe our PDF is different than your PDF. Go on that one, let's take a look.
So this shows.
Okay, that shows it. Yeah, if you zoom in there, that shows the detached unit. And this is a smaller footprint than the ADU was. The ADU was probably around 1,000 square feet. And this, David will tell me, 564 square feet. Architecturally, it's very much the same thing. It's a pavilion attached to the existing Luda Marie Riggs wall. And it has the same fenestration and the same plank ceiling with rafter tails as the rest of the property. So it's aesthetically meant to be the same. You could see the elevations. Now, of course, I hate to tell you the PDF number because I could be wrong, but the elevation should show it. East elevation, you would want the north elevation. So you can go to the next page.
Oh, there we are, north elevation. So that's it hanging, that's it. Right
exactly.
there.
You guys are much better at this than I am, but that's the proposed exercise building. Perfect. Okay. Next, you asked about exterior lighting, and we have on the drawing attached to the building, sheet 100.4, so that would be page 20.
Landscape lighting.
Lighting John was asking for, actually.
Okay, well, we can go to a different page afterwards. And if you want only landscape lighting, that would be L2.0, and that would be page 43 of the PDF. And we'll keep our fingers crossed.
I think it's the
That looks like
previous.
planting. Try the next page.
It's
That
44.
looks like Willow.
Where we
Page
love.
44.
One more.
There we go.
Great. And maybe we can zoom in. And, you know, the landscape planting and lighting is meant to, first of all, follow the original design of the building as much as possible. So we have these terraces that have existing plant boxes in them. And in those planter boxes, we have, you know, downlights or path lights that you'd want to call them. And then there's also some lights in the trees giving dappled light down. And there you have it.
Your tree.
And then we're also, as you may recall, we added olives along the road. So we do have lights in the olive trees. Do we have a cut sheet? Okay, and the lighting cut sheets are on the next page.
So this is here for final as well. So all your details are there. You've got
Yeah.
your colors. We've looked at exterior finishes and colors as well.
That page, I'm not sure where it is, but we do have exterior finishes. Essentially, exterior finishes are going to remain as existing. So the building is white brick, it's white wood, white rafter tails, white windows, and a couple areas where we have a dark paved area, like outside the, where the reflecting pool is, because that has dark paving. The bottom rail of the fenestration will be dark, whereas the rest will be light, which is pretty much what you see predominantly throughout the project. What page is that on, the material sheets?
I sent it.
Oh, it was a separate 11 by 17 that was sent in. I have a copy of it here. That's showing the rafter tails and the brick. And then this page, which you guys have somewhere, that shows the white windows. That shows where we have a black fenestration where we put it at the bottom so that it blends in with the ground. That window there is of the study, typically white. This is a very limited palette, this project. And then the other thing to note is here, we have the original aggregate paving, which is what you find outside in that terrace on the north terrace around the pool, as well as the south terrace facing the ocean side of the house. And then this aggregate, much smoother aggregate bench, which goes all around the property where we're storing anywhere we need to. So we're keeping all those materials, as well as like when you see the concrete poured in place bands acting as a border. So, the whole idea on this project is to be as, reverent to the designs that Luda Marie and Church established as the basis.
All right. Does that complete your presentation?
Yeah, I think we're available for questions, and Arthur's here available for questions as well.
All right, very good. Let's go to questions. John Watson, did you have any questions on this?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Sam Maphis, are you? Oh, can you talk, Sam? Any questions? Okay, I'll come back to Sam. Tip, did you have any questions on it?
No, I do not have any questions.
Okay, Claire, did you have any questions?
Yep, I want to go back to the page that has the two lighting fixtures. It looks like, I mean, I just would like the applicant to tell me which of those, I mean, which of
Yeah, I think it's the, whoops.
The last page.
Last page. And so essentially.
There's only two fixtures, okay, right here. There's
Yeah,
only two
and these should be oriented, and just so you know, the one that's the Forever Bright title, that should be oriented, showing that it's pointing down. It's just, this is how the cut sheet comes from the manufacturer.
I understand lighting. I mean, I've been a
Yeah.
landscape person for years. I know this fixture, and I do know that that's the one you're proposing to hanging in the tree.
Yeah, and when I say
Yeah.
hang, it'll probably be mounted, it'll be mounted on the trunks of the tree. And then the other one is the step lights.
That's the step lights.
Correct.
And we're not, so there's ultimately, you're not using those other path, that's to light the pathways, right?
That is the path light.
That
Correct.
is the path light. Okay, fine. That's what I just wanted to sort out. So, other question on what we see is the lighting plan now. The little symbol that looks like a little feather symbol. Oh,
That was the first picture.
that is your downlighting throughout this. So even when it's closer in, okay, those were my questions.
And then Claire, the one thing that you didn't see, but I think you pretty much get it, is when we were going to show the first lights and John said, please just show the landscape lighting, there are step lights on the building also that are, the very simple, very concealed step lights that are.
I get that, but what I'm looking at overall is the amount of down lighting throughout the entire project, which I don't think that Luda actually designed that.
Well,
Correct.
back in the day, there wasn't a landscape light. That's
I
quite true.
understand. I completely understand.
Although, you know what she did have, which was really funny, over off to the right of the pool, there were Klieg lights that were up high on the side of the building. So she did like some theatrical lighting.
All right.
So Bill, can you hear me?
Yeah. Sam, did you have any questions?
Yeah, so the only questions I had, I guess, Barry, is that you said the olive trees are new, that you're hanging these lights in, correct?
Correct.
And so will they be field grown and quite tall and good size, mature looking trees?
Yeah. I mean, essentially, it's wanting to be very much the way the entrance to San Ysidro Ranch is.
I see. That's my only
Maybe
question.
not quite as mature. I mean, because, that was a major doing.
That's all the questions I have. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Barry.
John Sharp, did you have any questions?
No, I do not.
Okay. Did I get everybody? Okay. On your PDF, page 30, are those David sculptures or something? Are those existing?
Oh, they're the Four Seasons, and they're remaining.
Oh, they are. They were.
And they were there. There's a great photograph of Luda in the North Gallery looking out towards the pool, and you see these sculptures in the distance. We haven't rendered them so well because they're not all the same. Each one is different.
We have a detailed photo.
Yeah, there is actually a detailed photo if you want to see it on page T004.
Which is page 4 of the PDF.
Which is 4 of the PDF for once. You'll see the
There
photo.
they are.
There it is.
You'll be fixing the pedestals.
Oh, wow.
Well, that actually was a debate on site whether or not the pedestal should be repaired or stay the way it is. So I was in favor of repairing it. Other people felt the authenticity of it looking old should leave it the way it is. So we'll debate that in the field.
Okay. Very good. That was all I had for questions. I think I got everybody. Let's go to public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that'd like to speak to this item 5?
We do not. Thank you, Bill.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's go on to board members' comments. John Watson, what are your thoughts on this project?
With the exception of PDF page 44, I think that this project is very nice. Barry is obviously going to do a very nice job on all of it. I think the lighting is extremely excessive. David, if you go down to that little symbol area right there, yeah. It said 141 downlights. I mean, that's, in my opinion, is way too much. And not the pathway lights. I think those are probably fine. And if those were eliminated tonight, I'd be happy to make a motion, but if you can zoom all the way out, please. We not only have them 3 to a tree on the driveways, but we have them scattered out in front of the building. So, I mean, this is not, in my particular opinion, low intensity, which is one of the things that the community plan asks us to do. So I will vote against this project if we have anywhere near this number of lights on the project. But besides that, I think the project is very, very nicely done. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, John. Dave Mendro, what are your thoughts on this?
My comments are aligned with John that the architecture is nice restoration of an existing historical property, but that the lighting is way overdone relative to the guidelines for Montecito.
Mr. Chair, could I ask something before we continue with the comments?
Let's finish the comments and then you'll maybe get some clarity on
Well, I was thinking it might help moving forward with the comments because I don't disagree with the comments I've heard so far.
Okay, go ahead, Barry.
So I guess what I'd like to offer is we would be open to having a less intense, since I'm hearing it's too intense, lighting proposal on the downlights. I'd be willing to condition the project, based on what's been submitted. So for instance, if it were 1 light per tree or 2 lights per tree, we'd be open to that. So I would like the commissioners to weigh in on that perhaps, so we could form a motion.
And may I also say one quick note about these fixtures?
Mm-hmm.
If it's okay with the team, with the chair and the commission. The opening is only 1.5 inches, so they're very tiny, the lights fixtures, and they'll be in the canopy of the trees pointing down as we've discussed, and they'll also be on dimmers.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should complete our comments like we normally do for all other applicants, please.
All right, thank you. Don Sharp, your comments.
Well, I certainly agree. It's much too much lighting, and to try and give it an approval with the promise that it's going to come back with less, I don't think is appropriate, as we have been experiencing today. So the architecture is wonderful, but the lighting is just too much.
Thank you, Don. Tip, your comment.
I mean, 100% agreement with what Mr. Sharp just said.
Okay, thank you. Claire, anything different?
No, I don't have any different. Is that I would just like to say that I think that this project, the lighting needs to be reduced, and kept kind of consistent with where the house is. I mean, I know this house is just absolutely exquisite. I so appreciate the work that the architect is doing to bring it back to where it needs to be. And And obviously, like everybody else on the board, I think this applicant should come back, you know, I'd be more than happy to give it preliminary to come back with an adjusted lighting plan at final. That's what I would be proposing.
Okay, we're agreeable.
Sam, did you comment on this yet?
No, not yet. I agree with all the other comments from my fellow board members. I think, you know, one per tree or one every other tree coming in the driveway just for wayfinding and to kind of create a little bit of safety is something that's much more tolerant in
Every
our
other tree.
review. And to scatter them out into the field and throughout the entire site really is, I think, overdoing the lighting. So I think it really needs to be pulled back and tightened up. And, you know, the wayfinding and the safety is one thing, but to light the entire project on the ground and make it glow the way it seems like you're proposing is not necessary and discouraged. So I think I'm with Claire. We could kind of look at a preliminary because I think the architecture is well done and it's an exquisite historic kind of restoration of a beautiful piece of architecture. So moving forward, but I think the site lighting needs to be much more discreet, much more rural, much more Montecito and country-like. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, I agree with those comments too. The lighting is definitely, the landscape lighting is definitely excessive. The architecture is great, wonderful. I think you've gotten our blessing on that. Now, I would propose to you, John, could this come back to you for final on consent or not?
Well, what I'm proposing is to make a motion for preliminary approval with the applicant to return to the full board for final.
Okay.
That's my motion.
All right. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remember what we said about a project at 860 San Ysidro Road when we said significantly reduce the landscape lighting. Yes. And I'd like to, that was not a one-off comment for one applicant. So that is what I would expect the applicant here to do. That's number one. Number two, if you are unaware of it, you can turn this project in for building permit and just keep going while you're figuring out this lighting issue with us.
Providing planners good with it, yeah, sure. Yeah.
If it's got preliminary approval.
Even without preliminary approval, they can go in, but with it, they can go in, of course.
Okay, I mean, I didn't know that. I thought they had to have preliminary approval.
We'll give this preliminary approval, as Claire said, to come back for final to the full board.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's it.
I'm gonna vote.
Okay. Well, Claire made the motion. Don seconded it.
Yeah.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Okay.
Thank you.
Look forward to coming back. Thanks.
Was that final for full board or consent?
Full board.
Full board.
Okay.
I don't want to do it on consent, full board.
Thank you.
Let's go to item 6. It is 5 Park Lane. Further conceptual review as a planner, and we have minutes from the last meeting. 2 members expressed concerns, FAR overage and neighborhood compatibility. Provide neighborhood FAR study, include 10 to 15 adjacent properties in study. Return for further conceptual review. So let's present, tell us who you are and give us your presentation.
Hi, I'm Robert Clammer, representing the architecture, while Stacy Fawcett will be presenting the landscape portion. In regards to the FAR data, great, you pulled up the map. Our project is in the magenta outlined parcel there. And you can see a magenta dashed line out from there that's quarter-mile radius. And yes, right, that whole area. And within that quarter-mile radius, there are 17 properties that are over the 1.0 FAR. And out of those 17, 9 of them are higher than our FAR, with their average being 1.34, and ours is 1.24. So I think we're kind of in the acceptable range. Also, reminder that the addition that we're proposing, the majority of it is within the footprint of the existing house. There's only 310 square feet on the westerly side, or the bottom of the site plan that you're looking at. There's only 310 square feet that's being added outside of the footprint on the driveway side to the west. And that side of the house is heavily vegetated and adjacent to a county water tank and a neighbor's tennis court, which you can see if you want to go to the second page, the bottom two photos, starting with the one on the.
1 second here.
Yeah.
I've got to get your.
There we go.
Here?
Maybe zoom in on the bottom lower right. You see the tennis court to the right, and then just a little bit above the house is a kind of a half round circle. That is the county water tank. Our additions are on that side of the house, away from any visible trail or street view or any other neighbors. So it's a minor addition, and hope that that's something you guys all agree with. And if you have any questions, great. If not, I'll turn my presentation over to Stacy for landscape.
Hello, Stacy Fawcett, representing the landscape. So I don't think you had a chance to look at any landscape plans previously, so I'll give you a quick overview. If you want to go to the overall site plan, most of the landscape on site is already mature. The area that you see in red is the area that we are addressing. That's the disturbed, area for the new terrace that is going in the plunge pool. There was concern about the view that you might see from the trail across the way that's on the top of the page. Yeah, across there. And if you go to the next page, you can see there's existing, actually go down to the next one. Yeah, there's existing, the images from the trail looking back are the top row of photographs that you see, correct? Now the wash in that area was affected by the Thomas Fire and the mud flow. So there's a lot of existing sycamore trees that are currently growing back. But in order to provide a buffer for both the clients and people, the public on the trail, we're adding plant material and some native screening material on the bank side area. So you can, go back to page 3 if you would. So this just shows the existing plan, existing conditions. If you go down to, let's see, page L9, which goes, keep skipping down. Yeah, sheet 9. This shows, you'll have to zoom in. The yellow highlighted trees are the ones that are the native screening trees that we're adding to provide the buffer in between. We're also proposing to remove any non-natives. There's some echium that are down on the bank there. So we would want to remove those out of the creek bank area. And so the landscape, you can see the planting, we're using all low and a few medium type plant materials in the area that's getting disturbed. We've tucked the pool equipment down into the hillside along the driveway. You can see, correct, yep, right there. And it has the equipment for the plunge pool that you can kind of see. The terrace, just as a reminder, the terrace in that area has a new plunge pool. We've expanded the terrace and provided some planting in that area as well. So it really is minimally overall for the size of the property. You want to go back to sheet 5. That shows our irrigation zones. There's a water pressure challenge on site, being where it's located and the elevation changes. So everything's either on drip or on low flow heads where required. We've removed any lawn, and we're underneath the requirements for the maximum allowed water use. Moving down, let's see, to the other sheets, L6 through L8 are just quality control details for irrigation. I don't know if you want to see those. We also have received sheet 12. We've met with the fire department on site and they've given us stamped approved access plan that you can see that the driveway's a little bit windy. And so we're widening it in one area right there where your cursor is. That area is getting widened to allow for the access. That arch that you saw in the photographs that entered into the motor court is being removed so that they have vertical access into the motor court for fire trucks. So we've gotten the fire department's blessing. Those notes pertain to what their requests were. And you can see the stamped approval there. Sheet L13, the much coveted lighting plan. So we've really minimized lighting on this site, mostly for safety and coming up the driveway. So you can see there's downlights in the trees, single light every other tree for the most part. There's some areas where we weren't able to downlight from the tree, in which case we used a directional path light so that it shines only onto the driveway. There's a fairly big drop off down near the garage. So kind of in the middle area where you see, yeah, in that area. So we wanted to make sure that was well lit. And much of these lights, the wall lights and the step lights are existing. In the center area where it's highlighted, the zone that's red, those are existing lights. They're all low voltage LED and comply with the dark night sky requirements. The next sheets have the cut sheets for the last, maybe go to the last sheet, has the cut sheets for the lights. All FX. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. Any questions?
Casey, while you're on it, can you explain the different colors for the lighting, what those different boundary conditions mean?
Yeah,
Red,
go back
blue.
to sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are just different zones on how they would be controlled with the smart house system. So all of these might not be on at the same time. It allows them to just have the driveway lights on. Say it's a quiet night and you just want to be able to get up and down the driveway. Okay, so we have the upper driveway, the lower driveway. You might turn off everything else that night. If you're having a party and you want everybody to get around safely, you might turn on all the lights. Or if you're out by the pool and you want to see the stars, you might just turn on zone 5. So that's what that's about.
Nice plan. That's really an appropriate plan.
Thank you.
And David, can we go back to that where you just were, please?
The,
table at the top, that's
Yep.
right. Stacy, would you please explain the upper right-hand side? It says 131.3. What is that?
So that is for sizing the transformer.
Ah,
So that's the electrician can appropriately allow for, that's the total wattage in that particular zone. So it's more for construction purposes. But the individual lights are all low voltage, 1 watt, 3 watt, 6 watt LEDs.
Windows.
So, John, while you're asking questions, do you have any more?
I stepped out for 1 second. Did you guys go over the FAR study that Bob did?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Tip, do you have any questions?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Dave Mendro, any questions?
yes, this fixture B, where is that? And how are you
That's
using?
only like in the pool equipment area or it's just in case, say your pool equipment goes down or something goes out, that's a light that can be turned on or is located only in the pool equipment area for utility purposes.
Is it within an enclosure or?
Yes.
Okay.
They're all, any time we use that fixture, it's within an enclosure.
Bottom right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dave. Sam Maphis, any questions?
Yeah, Stacy, the two lights you have, one looks like it's an uplight, but it could be used in a tree, and then the other is a hanging light. Can you describe which ones you're using for the trees, the downlights?
So the, let's see, directional path light. So the LED feature light is only.
The down light.
Just number A,
Yeah.
A is the hanging down light, correct.
and D is used for, is that the one that's pointing at the driveway where you don't have a tree necessarily? D is below that.
Correctly. It's like the motor court where there's going to be it's like the CC, it's a small, it's about 3 to 4 inches. But in the motor court, there is a focal element going to occur in the center turnaround. I don't know if you want to go back to the photos, but you can kind of see.
That's okay. That's a centerpiece. I got it.
Yeah, it's a centerpiece.
That's
If I
all the
had a
questions.
tree, we'd downlight it, but.
Claire, do you have any questions, Claire?
No.
No questions, okay. And so my questions to you, Bob, I missed the first presentation of this. You're really doing very little to the building. It looks like adding some stone and infilling some existing footprint. So the square footage you're actually adding is like 300 something square feet?
Yeah. Pretty minor.
What's that?
It's, if you want to look at the floor plan to familiarize yourself with it, I can show you.
Yeah, I don't need to go through the whole thing, but it's those orange areas, right?
Yeah, and the orange area, the 3 orange areas towards the bottom of the sheet are outside of the footprint of the existing house, whereas the one towards the patio top of the sheet is under the existing roof line.
Got it. So you're really just infilling. So your FAR was already above the allowable. Well,
yeah, the existing house is already over.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
You know, something I forgot to mention, now that we have this up, grab it real quick, and that is to the right side of the pool cabana, further down by the lower driveway over there. You can see a cross-hatched area to the right. Yes, that is an area that we would like to expand the pool deck out for family entertainment purposes. It's currently an existing lawn, so it'll reduce the amount of landscaping and watering and so forth. And we're also looking into squaring the pool up so we can put a pool cover over it. You can see the kind of diamond-shaped prior one dashed in.
And are you adding a new entry gate there too? Is that right? Or is that existing?
That's existing.
Okay, I couldn't tell with the hatch fill on that. Okay.
And what is the material that on the new extension of the existing pool? What is that gonna be? Is it gonna be cement? What's it gonna be? Does it match the?
We're looking
around
at
the pool?
different types of either a porcelain paver or a stone, something that's a neutral material.
But like a paver, not just solid cement.
Yeah,
No,
I
I
think so.
believe that it would be a solid paving material.
Perfect. Okay.
And Don, did I skip you on questions? Did you have any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, good. I didn't make sure I didn't forget you. Okay, let's close the questions and go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item 6, 915 Park Lane?
No, I don't have anybody. Nobody's hand is raised. I didn't receive any letters.
Nobody. Okay, we'll close public comment. We'll go to the board members' comments. John Watson, what are your thoughts on this project?
It is agendized for conceptual, so we can't do any voting tonight. But I think this project is ready for preliminary final on consent. That's all the comments I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Claire, what are your thoughts?
I have one outstanding question of the landscape architect. You talked about the native trees along the screening, to the west. What species are those trees?
If you go to L9, yep, there you are. No, actually go to the next sheet.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to know I can't, by the way, say I can't, oh, there we go.
There we go. So we have heteromeles, we have the Catalina ironwood,
And
Crocus agrifolia.
You're putting all of
and-
these into the tree category?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a large shrub, small tree.
No, I understand that. But the little yellow circles that you made
Yes,
on your plan, those encompass both what you called native trees and shrubs.
yes.
Okay.
And the
perfect.
Platanus racemosa is the one that will reach the height as well as the Lionothamnus.
No, I know.
That we need for the
I
higher
I
screening.
understand the names and what they are and, how to use them. I just was trying to figure out what the little yellow balls were, the big yellow balls, because you just called them.
Yeah, I tried to identify the
native
screening
species, and
material.
I'm left being a landscape architect. What species are those? So that was my question. Now I see what species they are, and that's what I need. That was all I needed to know. I think this is a really well project, and I, just moving forward, given that the house was over the FAR from the get-go, I don't have an issue with, and then especially looking at the presentation that the architect done of all the surrounding, the reality, we all know that we were just there this morning, 915 Park Lane, everything is bigger than most other roads in Seattle. So I have no problem approving this project. I'm moving to, what was it, John? You want preliminary final on consent?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, that would be my way to go to.
Okay, thank you, Claire. I did have a quick question, which I was thinking about. Maybe this is a question for Kimberly. If you zoom in on sheet 9, Dave, there. So you have those trees that you're providing as screening. Now I see they're going into the EHS area. Is that okay? Can they do that? Can you do that? Are they native trees? Do they
Yes,
have?
those are all natives. So we were very careful to make sure we used all natives in anywhere that was in the vicinity of that ESH area, and removing the non-natives from the property as well in that area. It's like there's a bunch of echium that are in there that need to come out.
So Kimberly, that's all good then?
Yes, the landscaping in an environmentally sensitive habitat area would need to be native, drought tolerant.
Yep.
Okay, very good. All right, we'll continue with comments. Don Sharp, what are your comments on this?
First of all, I think today's minutes should reflect this being a MBLR review, landscaping and lighting and so forth. I think it's a good project. The FAR does not, I think, given the remote location, it's not a problem to any of the neighbors or neighborhoods. And I think the landscaping has been well thought out. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Dave Mindro, your thoughts?
I think the architecture is very appropriate. Is presenting no impact to the neighborhood. It's completely screened. I think the FAR is just well justified by the neighborhood. And I think the landscape design is very sensitive to my biggest concern, which was views from the creek across the way and the pathway and from the community. So I think it's a very nice project and I can support it for preliminary, final, on consent.
Thank you, Dave. Tip, your comments?
Yes, I do agree with all the comments. I think the project is ready for preliminary / final on consent.
Good. All right. Thank you. Sam, did you comment? Make final?
No, thank you, Bill. I agree with Dave and Tip that this is a finely conceived project. The screening and the additional landscaping adds to what has been affected by Mother Nature, and you're going to improve it with that. And the architectural additions are very minimal. So I think we should move it ahead. It's well done.
All right. Thank you. I agree. I can't add anything more than that other than I'd say we could get you to come back for a preliminary on consent. And see you when you're ready.
Good.
Okay. Do we need to make a motion on that or no? No, we can't do the concept review. Never mind. Okay. All right. Let's move on to item 7.
Thank you.
Bill, I'm going to step down and stop sharing.
Okay. All right. Let me get into the sharing part here. Share screen.
So does he still manage the drawings even when he steps down?
No.
Oh, somebody else has to manage the drawings?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Sharon, are you
Yeah,
there?
I need to make you
Okay.
co-host. Thank you, Bill.
Okay. Thank you.
Got it?
Yeah. I see in my screen there. Are you seeing my screen there or not?
We see you.
I see everybody, so the screen's gone now. I took the co-host away from Dave and gave it to you.
Right. Yeah. You see that in the images there?
No.
You can share. Why this is not letting me, looks different than normal. Keep going to share screen and it doesn't.
It's telling me I've given you the co-host.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean anything.
Bill, if necessary, I could go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I think I'm having trouble on this for some reason.
Yeah, it's not gonna,
I don't see any reason why.
it's
this
not
can ever-
dishonest. Dave, I'm gonna give you co-host.
He's not commenting. He's not doing it. You know, he
Yeah,
can
yeah.
manage it. 'Cause
Yeah,
he-
that's best.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. I'm on a different computer.
You know, it's just
I
that.
don't think it's a conflict of interest for him to manage the screen.
Okay, item 7, 1807 East Mountain Drive, had previous meeting minutes there. The correct FAR calculation, mechanical equipment room as detached accessory structure. Nice project architecturally. Site visit with story poles of second story element, master bedroom wings needed. Study ways to reduce impacts to oak trees, provide arborist report. Site layout seems appropriate. Okay. Is the applicant online to present? Let us know who you are and give us your story.
Yeah, hi, Mary Androlitis with NMA Architects, and Kurt Munzer from my office is also here, along with Mike Viatoni, the civil engineer, and Scott Menzel, landscape architect.
Okay, great. Give us your presentation.
Great, thank you. I'll run real quick just through the responding to the MBAR comments from our last meeting. The FAR worksheet on sheet 1 has been corrected. There was a slight increase from 100 to 103%, primarily due to some interior attached garage space being reallocated to the laundry room, but the overall footprint of the home is the same as previously proposed. We met on site this morning and went over the story poles. And then once we get to the landscape plan, I'll have Scott chime in as far as the impacts to oak trees and the arborist report. If you could go to sheet 5. So the site plan again is unchanged. And as a reminder, and we talked about this a little bit on site this morning, there were some questions with regard to the paved area, the driveway and parking. And I think we can kind of respond to some of those questions when we get to the landscape plan, but I'll just point out that the plan was reviewed and approved by the fire department. The staging area for them is basically to the north of the guest parking. The hose poles are all from that location, and access from the driveway on the east. And again, that west existing portion of the loop driveway has been eliminated due to the slope in that northwest corner. I think there was a comment last time about the mechanical equipment enclosure, but we've verified with the engineers that the size is just what's required, necessary for the equipment that it's housing. And then just real quick, a reminder on all of the development exceeds the required setbacks on all sides. So the north of the residence, there's a 50-foot setback from the center line of East Mountain Drive. And the residence maintains about an 80-foot setback on the north, 50 to 53 feet at the garage and ADU, which is the detached, the northwest corner. And then on the east and west sides, there's a 10-foot setback. On the east, we maintain 23 to 28 feet, the west 35 to 42 feet at the residence, and 15 to 16 feet at the garage. And then on the south side, the 25-foot required setback, and we're maintaining 96 to 120 feet. Sheet 6 is some site sections. Again, just this morning, there were some story poles that depicted the 2-story elements of the house. We've worked with county flood control. We pointed this in our meeting this morning as well, that the house rose, the finished floor rose 5 inches from the previous proposal due to a flood control, but that is as low as we can go. All of both of the proposed structures are still below the maximum allowed building heights, and over 60% of the proposed residence is single story. As far as the sections, the single story portion of the residence, which is you can see in section 4, the plate heights in the living wing are 9'2", and in the master wing, the tallest is 8'4". at the two-story portion of the residence, on the first floor, we have 8'2" plates, and on the second floor, 7'10" to 8'10". And those are, you can see in sections 2 and 4. And then at the garage, the deep garage, the garage level is an 8'2" foot ceiling. Then sheet 10, just two design modifications from the last proposal. At the south elevation on the top, there is a small art studio at the master wing, and it was originally, the last version you saw, it was a pitch break roof, so more of a shed roof, and now it's a stone gable. And then on the north elevation, there is a banquette off the kitchen that it's a small glass garden conservatory, and that was changed from a gable as previously proposed to arches that relate to the other windows and the outdoor patio on the residence. So it's a barrel vaulted roof form. And then sheet 10 there's some exterior light fixtures. Sheet 10 is the exterior elevation, again, shows where the light fixtures are located. And then the next sheet shows the decorative lighting fixtures. They're Steve Handelman, dark sky compliant with fully shielded down facing light sources and seated semi-obscure glazing. And then I think we can go probably to the landscape plan. Yeah. So I think Scott can, I'll let Scott go over the landscape. I'll just make a few comments as far as the driveway, just kind of in response to some questions that were asked this morning. We did really strive to minimize the amount of paving and maximize the amount of garden. So the driveway configuration is dictated by the necessary access for the fire department to get down that steep slope from the street and to create their staging area. There's 3 guest parking spots that are outside of the front yard setback, and it's important to the client to get off-street parking because there's an existing condition with the trailhead there. There's a lot of parking on the street, so important to get some on-site parking.
McFeely out on that covered patio.
And then just to point out too that the paving isn't visible from really anywhere due to the hedging around the property. The elevation of the East Mountain Drive is higher and then the property falls off to the south. And just in general, there's a lot of screening between the street and the paving area in addition to the gates. And then Scott, I think I'll let you take over.
Sure, thanks, Mary.
Mm-hmm.
There really aren't any significant changes to the landscape plan since the last time you reviewed the project. There are a few oak trees on the western property line, which is at the bottom of the sheet, that are impacted by the development. One oak tree is on the west side of the proposed ADU garage. It's a 12-inch oak, which we are proposing to remove. And then south of that, there are a couple of trees that have some encroachment. So with the help of the project arborist, Duke McPherson, we've developed a plan for mitigating the loss of the one tree and encroachment into, there's actually 3 trees where there's some encroachment, one of which is a tree off our property, off the northwest corner of our property. We're proposing 4 new oaks as mitigation. There'll be 48-inch box size, and we've indicated the locations of these trees on the plan, 2 of which are in the bottom right-hand corner. One is in the top right, and then the third is actually to replace the one that we're removing west of the garage and ADU. And the only other point I think I'd like to emphasize is the fact that I think our goal was to really create a landscape that was natural and organic. And I do believe there's overall, when you look at the property, there's a very minimal amount of impervious hardscape. The driveway will be gravel chip seal. Within the front courtyard will be gravel. The west side of the house will be gravel. And then the other impervious hardscape material is quite limited and will be a beige stone, either Fossil Creek or Sweetwater Cherokee. But other than that, we're using gravel and crushed shale to really minimize the impervious surfaces. And I think we actually have reduced the square footage of impervious materials by 11% when compared to the previous site development.
All right. Thank you, Scott and Mary. Did that conclude your presentation?
Yes, we're just available for questions.
Thank you. Let's go to questions. And Claire, did you have any questions?
Yes, I just noticed on the plan today, I hadn't noticed it before. There is this wall, that kind of wall, that really, really sets the scene here. What's the height of that wall? It's the wall between the driveway and the rest of the development. Yeah, that one.
That's a courtyard wall that's a maximum of 6 feet.
It's 6 feet? Okay.
Correct.
So it is really designed to actually get everybody inside the courtyard. Okay, great, perfect. That's it. That was my question.
All right, thanks, Claire. Sam Aphis, did you have any questions? Sam, you there? Sam? Muted.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So I think it shows the trees. Are those all going to be oaks, or is it going to be a variety of trees? I understand your mitigation trees. You pointed out where they're going to go, but are those native trees? That's just a quick question.
So there's, for certain, 4 oak trees called out. There will likely be more along the road. So essentially between East Mountain Drive and the driveway, there's about 6 trees. And a few of those will likely be oak trees. We're talking about mixing oaks, olives, strawberry tree, and California pepper. Those are sort of the 4 trees that we're going to use throughout the property. So aside from the 4 specific oaks that we're planting as mitigation, the other trees are not yet identified, but will consist of those 4 species.
Great, thank you. Are you handling kind of the stormwater and the drainage under the driveway or in another way? I noticed Mike Viatoni was out there. Can you speak to the drainage real quickly and kind of how that's being handled on this site? Looks like it's sloping off to the corners. I just want to make sure you thought about that.
Yes, Sam, this is Mike Viatoni, and we have thought about that. And what we do is we recognize what has been built there before and what we're doing now. And as Scott mentioned, we're actually reducing the hardscape by about 1,700 square feet. So we're not worried about increasing the runoff from the site to our neighbor's property. We are installing a storm drainage system to pick up stormwater from the development and then safely convey that, so we're not creating erosion down towards the bottom of the site, and then releasing that via a spreader trench it back into from a concentrated flow to a sheet flow.
Excellent. Thank you, Mike. That's all the questions I have.
Don Sharp, did you have any questions?
Just one. The 32-inch oak that is on the neighbor's property in the northwest corner, why is that shown on the drawing, and what is the mitigation, or what is the outcome of that oak?
So that oak is identified in the arborist report. The arborist does not believe we're going to negatively impact that tree, but because we are encroaching within the critical root zone, he's recommended that we mitigate for it. The majority of the encroachment into that critical root zone is actually the removal of an existing driveway. There's the existing driveway. It's not very clear on my plan, but it's in the northwest corner of the property, within the critical root zone of this tree. And we're removing that driveway and not doing any additional grading or development that will impact the tree, but we're still counting it as encroachment.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Don. John Watson, did you have any questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Tip, did you have any questions?
Yes, I have a question for Mary. So I look at the site plan, it seemed like you're coming in from, I believe, the east, right? And that's where the entrance coming in.
On the east corner.
Yep, and then you have, which is the low side of the road. And then you come into the parking, the gas parking, and then you go all the way to the garage and the ADU. And my question to you is that, have you looked at the option of putting the garage and the ADU on the east side instead of the west side? Or even the reason why it's being laid out this way?
Yeah, I can explain that. Might be good to go back to sheet 5, our site plan. So we did study that quite carefully. It's located, there are a lot of challenging site constraints that among those being the trapezoidal shape of the property, the fire access and driveway space requirements. And again, the fire access needed to be off that east side, not off the west, due to the steeper slope on the west side. Flood control requirements that dictated we significantly raise the grade to obtain or maintain the new finished floor elevation, and then the steep slope drop off on the east side of the property. So the goal was to maintain as much single story height that we could to minimize the visual impacts, and placing the garage in the northwest part of the site helps us achieve that. There is a residence to the north across the street, and their primary view is across this property. So that was the reason for keeping the two-story portions off on the west side. Anything else, Kurt?
No, I think that summarizes it pretty well. It's a matter of trying to consolidate the two-story elements, and the west side proved the most logical place to keep those.
Yeah, I get the least impact to the residents on the west side. Their primary view is towards the creek to the west, so it's really back of house on that shared or that driveway that goes down to another residence beyond.
Thank you. That's all I have.
My question, so on your landscape plan PDF 10, so the areas that around the courtyard and the raised, I think those are raised planter beds. That's gravel. Is that what that is? Is that a gravel?
That's correct. Anything that is gray is, if it's driveway or drivable, it's gravel chip seal. If it's with outside of the driveway, it's just pea gravel.
Pea gravel. So fire was okay. Well, is fire pulling into your driveway then to get access all around or not? Are they?
Yeah. This is Mike Viatoni again, and yes, fire department pulls into the driveway. Their new 2020, December 2020 rules require us to have a minimum of a chip seal driveway, and the gravel goes on top of that.
So they were okay with the chip seal then. Got it. Okay. And the slope is such that it's not going to be a problem for them.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. All right. That was all. One other question, Mary, on the barrel vaulted element there on the back that you added. I couldn't quite figure out from the elevation. If you go to the elevation sheet there, I couldn't quite figure out. Coming off there, off the north residence right there. Yeah.
Right there.
Is it a glass roof? And then
I take off. I'm sending off.
No, the roof, correct me if I'm wrong, Kurt, copper?
Yeah, it's a lightweight roof copper roof.
What's if you zoom into, what is the little square piece there? Because it's a barrel vaulted shape, right?
Intersecting barrel vaults, so it vaults in both directions.
Oh, it's barrel in two directions. Okay,
Mhm.
all right. Never mind. Okay, thank you. That was all I had for questions. Let's open it to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item number 7/1807 East Mountain Drive? Sharon?
No, I haven't received any letters and no one has their hands up. Thank you.
Good. All right, let's close public comment. We'll go to board members' comments. John Watson, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think I had the privilege of being out there today. It's amazing how high flood control wants these finished floors, but it is what it is. And I felt that the story poles were fine. I felt that there was no impact to the neighbors. There were no neighbors that were there, which is further proof of that, including the one to the north that would be looking over that Mary mentioned. So I think that's a very nice project and have from the very beginning. But I also believe that even though they've reduced their paving by, I think Mike said 11%, they can squeeze out another percent or maybe 2%. The prediction is for, generally speaking, the same amount of rain, although in my mind, that's still out as a question. But drier dries and wetter wets when it rains. 14 inches in 48 hours up near Hearst Castle, we can expect those more often. I don't know if they're going to be that heavy, but heavy rainstorms. So as much as we can do, in my mind, to reduce impervious material is better for this homeowner and it's better for the community. And I would like to ask them to go back and study reduction. For instance, the 3 parking spaces could be laid out 10 feet, 9 feet, 10 feet, which I strongly suspect is going to take out 2 or 3 feet in the width of that, and other things like that in the site. Besides that, I think the architecture is very nice, and I am ready to get this on for preliminary and final, although we all know we've been having a few issues with landscape lighting, but I'd like to give them a shot at final next time if they can get it all the way there. So those are my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Don Sharp, what are your comments on this?
I completely agree with John. I think it's a good project and very well thought out. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Tip, your comments?
Yes. I was at the site visit this morning, and I did walk around, and it's I believe it's a very well designed project. It's the 2-story portion will be well screened by maybe some hedging along East Mountain Drive. And I like the landscaping. So definitely the project is ready to come back for preliminary approval and perhaps final on to the full board. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Maphis, what are your comments?
Yeah, thanks, Bill. I did make it out after, I guess, the group was there, so I did get to see the site, and it was surprising to me just how high the story poles were out of grade based on the new flood levels that they had to kind of grade to. So I think, and looking at that 2-story and realizing that there's so much volume of single story, that I think the proportions are right, and they put the 2-story section against the hillside, against the oak trees on the west side, that will bring the scale of it down once the site is changed. And relative to the neighbors, it seems like those 2 roof heights of the adjacent residential building and the 2-story will be similar, if not kind of in the same vertical height realm. So it'll look in context, as well as the good plan of screening. I like the natural layout of the retaining walls and terraces, working with the new slopes. And I do think it's a well-conceived layout. I like the style of the architecture for that site up there, and agree we should move it along, and appreciate their good teamwork.
Great, thank you, Sam. Claire, your comments.
I also was on the site, and I agree with all the other comments. I think this is a lovely design, and with on a very difficult lot, given you have to drop down. I mean, you almost slide into the lot. And I can understand the constraints as far as fire department and all of that. And I think that the design team has done a really, really considerate job of, I mean, they've taken this house, what they wanted, and they've considered everybody on the outside of the lot. And I really appreciate that, given Montecito, that, you know, sometimes people design houses that they don't consider their neighbors, but in this project, this team has considered the neighbors. And I really appreciate it. And I think it's a really good project, and I think it needs to be moved to preliminary final. Well, full board, or do you want to go recommend preliminary final on consent?
No, I should be full board. There's a lot to work out.
Okay, go ahead. Then that would be my recommendation to the planner to agendize this for preliminary final full board.
Yes, thank you, Claire. Yeah, I agree. I think the architecture is very well done. I'm glad to see, actually, I thought originally that the driveway was going to be on that northwest corner, and I was glad to see that it wasn't. I agree a little bit with John, and maybe there are ways to kind of tighten up some of that landscaping. I think the graphics kind of throw you off a little bit, in that all the gray seems like a lot of gray. And in fact, you've got different permeabilities there. So maybe the colors change too, as well as the material. But there may be a way to tighten up and reduce some of the paving hardscape that you have. But I think generally speaking, I think the access in and the way you screen that second story element from that East Mountain Drive side, I think is great. So I applaud you for doing that, and I appreciate the position of all of it. So I think I would agree. I'll come back for preliminary and final to the full board, and we'll see.
Come back.
Oh, I gotta go pick up my girls.
Yes.
Great.
Or I'll just turn it off.
Thank you.
Somebody's got their
Yeah,
phone.
no, I
Got a lot of feedback from something.
Yeah, well, somebody's in their office on their phone.
Yeah, my battery died.
Anyway,
Motorcycle, I must have left my light on or something. Sure. I'll get it back.
Okay.
all right, let's move on.
project.
Yeah, actually, it would work, but no, all right.
Sam, we can hear you. All right, let's move on to 1787 Fernald Point.
Okay, thanks,
Thank you,
everyone.
everybody.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Consider preliminary and final approval. And is the applicant online? Oh, we've got some minutes here to read. Well-designed remodel. Okay. And Dave Mendro is recused from this project. So let's see. Do we have Trish? Are you on there? Who's here? Who's here to represent this item 8?
I'm here. Amy Blakemore, the landscape architect, is here.
Hi, Trish Allen with Suzanne Elledge Planning and Permitting. I'm hanging out if there's process questions, but yeah, Tim and Amy will be doing that presentation.
Great. Go ahead, please.
I'm Tim Barber, architect for the applicant. Some of my team is on. I don't know if they're going to be visible, but they're available for questions also. Sergio Schwark, Dominic DeJonko, and Sarah Hegg. Well, first of all, thank you, Chair and Board. It's been a long meeting and appreciate your patience. You've seen this before. It's been about a year, August, I think, of 20, when you saw this last, and I think it was well reviewed. So I'll give a brief review of what you're seeing. On PDF 1, you can probably tell that it's a oceanfront lot, great view. We're doing a minor exterior renovation and a fairly major interior renovation, new landscape and hardscape that Amy Blakemore will present when I finish with this. PDF 3 on the site plan, you can see there are 3 buildings on the site. Towards this street, there's a small guest house and garage. We're not doing any work to that. In the middle is the main house, 1930s Monterey Colonial Revival 2-story house. There was a preliminary historic assessment in 2015 that said it was not a high quality example of the style. And then on the far south end of the lot, there's a small cabana, and we're not planning work for that either. On PDF 8, that's first floor plan. At the bottom of the page, you can see that we're converting an existing enclosed sun porch into a covered porch and an existing enclosed bar that we're just deleting in the area at the top right. The rest of the house gets a fairly substantive interior remodel. And then there's a small enclosed courtyard on the north west side facing the driveway, just to provide some privacy to those windows. There's a very large room at the south west corner that we're calling a conservatory that has some existing skylights in it. We're replacing the south and north glazing with something pretty large. If we go to PDF 9, second floor plan, you can see on the bottom plan, the proposed plan, in this area above the covered porch, we're carving out a small master terrace that overlooks the yard to the back, and adding 2 Juliet balconies to the bedrooms on the north side that overlook the driveway. We're retaining the existing Monterey Colonial balcony that runs across the west side of the house. Let's go to PDF 10. So the roof plan has almost no change to it. There is an existing chimney on the north end of the house that's false, that we're actually going to be making into a functional outdoor fireplace in that courtyard. So in the lower plan, you can see the 2 Juliet balconies, and on the middle, you'll see 1 new skylight, and then in the far right, you'll see the proposed master terrace on top of the porch. So let's jump to the elevations. PDF 11, I think, is the east elevation. So this is the side, it's really the least prominent side of the house. So you can see we're changing glazing, and on the far left side, you can see the porch with the master terrace above. And on the far right, you see the Juliet balconies with the new chimney. And then if we go to the next elevation, which is PDF 14, this is the south side that faces the ocean. So the really large Art Moderne inspired opening into the large conservatory room, the master terrace, and the kitchen doors and dining doors below. If we go to PDF 15, I think so that is the courtyard elevation that faces westish. The biggest change there is we're moving the front door and pushing it into a recess to put it in the center part of the house. And then you can see some of the other bits of the courtyard on the far left. And then the next elevation is the one that faces Fernald. And so that bottom left area with the outdoor fireplace, and you see the Juliet balconies, then you can see a bit of the enclosed courtyard walls that surround it. And then another new opening on the courtyard side of the conservatory. The last bits, we have some details. Probably the only interesting parts of those would be on the next page, 512, I think, which has, there's a collection box for the gutter, there's a chimney cap in here, and then on 513, you'll see the front door, shutters. Back one, please, Trish.
17.
Back to 513, just to, if they're interested. Yeah, right. The front door, the matching of the existing iron railing on the existing terrace with an added top bar above, and then the outdoor fireplace. And the last part of this is the materials board. So we've got reclaimed bricks on the chimney caps. We've got a combination of Roman pan tile and half barrel tile on the roof. Bronze hardware, the steel doors are a hot dip galvanized by Steelworks, etc. So they'll also be in a similar color. Bottom right, Holyroyd is making a dark sky compliant version of this fixture for us. And the paint colors are on the left. Interesting, I heard earlier that your LRD, our proposed color for the stucco is slightly brighter than the LRD you want. So we might want to substitute that with something called grandmother's china or something, which has a slightly more like 75 for an LRD. And that's the end of my presentation. If you have questions, I'll take them, or we can move to Amy.
Let's go to Amy and then we'll circle back on the question.
And yeah, Dave, I think the landscape plans are separate. Thanks. So as Tim mentioned, there is an existing guest house at the north section of the property. There is existing landscaping associated with that guest house, and that is all proposed to remain. There's some lady palms, agapanthus, senecio, angel wings, and bacarnia in there. At the entry, we're proposing to add a couple different varieties of strelitzia and some wire vine at the street. There's mature palm trees all along the entry at the east side of the entry space, and we're going to add some underplanting of some more bird of paradise in that location. And there's also a very mature Metrosideros hedge that is proposed to remain there. I believe it's about 8 feet tall in that location. We are also proposing to match that Metrosideros hedge along that entire east side property line to give some privacy and screening between the property. We also propose to add it to the west side associated with the house portion of the property line underneath the oak tree. We're going to put in some Laurus nobilis, which does a little bit better under the oak tree with some shade and won't use quite as much water there, hopefully. At the entry, we've got some plantings of pygmy date palms and dwarf cocoa palms. And then in the entry, we're also incorporating some reclaimed brick for the hardscape. Eric wanted to introduce a circular pattern to kind of help turn that entry walk so that it becomes very clear where the entry door to the house is rather than directing you straight into the sunroom. The entry courtyard consists of some macrozemias, some citrus plantings, star jasmine, epidendrons, and agapanthus. And then on the ocean side of the property, which we're connected by some stone pavers set in DG as you walk around, there's a modest lawn surrounded by aloes, cordylines, braheas, some bearded iris and sedums. And he is introducing one small water feature within the courtyard just to create a little water noise right there. You are a little bit, get a little bit of freeway noise in that space. So it'd be nice to get a little water noise in there. And the next sheet, if you go to PDF Oh, there's two number ones. Fancy. You're gonna love my lighting plan. I think we have a total of 9 path lights, 9 path lights and 2 down lights. So the path lights are really concentrated within that gravel motor court area just for wayfinding for safety. 1 transformer out there, and then a couple path lights within the courtyard and a couple down lights in an existing pergola that's right at the entry to the courtyard. And that is all.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So on the questions, board, Claire, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, very good. John, any questions?
I do. Dave, can you get us to the north elevation, please? That's south. That one right there. The lower elevation has an order that is consistent with this kind of architecture. Can we go to the south elevation, please? I do not believe that that is true in my mind on the right-hand side of that elevation. Have you studied ways to create a more classical look so that it would be more in keeping with what we find on the north elevation? Please.
John, do you mean the, for example, the kitchen windows, if they were perhaps centered under the master balcony doors?
Yeah, exactly. And the 2 doors above, if it was centered. Have you studied that? Why didn't you do it?
Because the view is so astonishing that we had actually a smaller opening with some cabinets, wall cabinets surrounding it. But when we were out walking the site and realized that you actually can see the entire ocean from the kitchen, we thought we would help the kitchen by moving the wall cabinets away and getting more of the view. There might be a way, for example, to separate those window units or create a different rhythm so that they're so you can still get the view, but it doesn't look so, I think in your mind, you're seeing that sort of unbalanced off-centered window below the door. If we change that to separated units or some other kind of glazing that still got the full view of the ocean, would that be an idea to ponder?
Well, you can either change what's below or change what's up above or mix and match. So if you change the 2 doors directly above the kitchen window, I did look at the plan. I understand where you're going there. It surprises me a little, though, I will say that, with the hedge. You have a fairly important hedge over there on the east side of your property line. Mm-hmm. And I was surprised that you valued looking into that hedge. Now, there may be some things about what actually happens on the site that's hard to detect from the drawings, so I will defer to your on-site experience. But having said that, I still think this architectural composition is not as strong as it could be, and I would like to put the word should be on it, but I'll leave that off. So is there a way to, do you believe that you could do something to strengthen that composition?
Because the windows and doors are not only out of plane, but covered by the roof and the terrace, this particular snapshot is doesn't represent your view of it if you were actually walking on the site. So I think you could stretch the master terrace doors and put more glass up above. You could probably relocate the kitchen window and shift it over. So I'd say it's possible, but I would also say that based on where the bed position is upstairs and the kitchen layout down below, and seeing that these are out of plane and covered by about a 13-foot deep covered porch, that the dynamism of these, you'll see the same off-centered position of the doors from the dining room below the doors above it. I think that you could line all of that up, but I don't know that you would ever reap the benefit of that work by the way you'll actually see it in situ.
Okay, so another question related. Have you done a 3D model with a view from the beach? My job, I believe, here is not to create great architecture from the lawn that Amy is putting in, but from the beach down below. So do you have a 3D view, even if it's a rough SketchUp model, not highly rendered, et cetera, of this portion of the building?
We don't. Amy, we're about 50 feet above the beach, is that right?
Sorry, I was muted. There's a significant drop between this structure and the cabana that's down at ocean level. So I don't know if it's quite that far, but it is probably at least 30.
Certainly from the beach, the sand, the walkable part of the beach, the house is not visible. It is from the water if you go further out.
Mr. Mendro, pull up a Google of this site. I mean, I know we can.
So basically, would you please is what she meant to say.
Yeah, well, I just thought it would give.
I think it's a great idea. So let's see what it looks like here. I do walk this beach quite often. So.
As do I. John and I bump into each other sometimes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Sam, did you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, Tip, did I ask you yet?
No, but I have no questions.
Questions? Don, did you have any questions?
I do have one question, and that is, have you explored the fenestration or the window that is on the left-hand side of the lower elevation there, other than just one arch in lieu of maybe some detailing around the arch or other shapes that possibly could tie in more with the existing building?
Don, the answer is no, but it's a great question. There's a wonderful detail that often goes over these arches. It's a series, sort of, you'll see it in Reginald Johnson buildings a lot, where it's sort of a stepped surround, which sort of contrasts the roundness of the arch. That could be awesome.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Don. I have a question on this elevation, actually. First of all, is that circular window? How does the chimney, does that chimney work with that circular window running right through the chimney stack there? Or is that offset? Am I missing something on that?
The chimney is actually set way back. That's actually in a closet currently and would stay in a closet. So it was there and we thought we can't really use that space. It's a little low ceilinged by the time you get to that space. So we were just keeping it as a closet and keeping the window intact.
So is that chimney not drawn right? Is there a roof line that has to pass in front of it that we're not seeing? Because it looks like it's flush with the wall, see?
I think you're right. The chimney is a good 7 or 8 feet back of that ridge line. And I think you see it accurately in the as-built on the top of the screen.
Yeah.
I think we've misdrawn it. There's actually roof tile between it and the viewer on the bottom.
Got it. And then Dave, if you could go to the east elevation. As John had mentioned too, had you looked at the idea of trying to blend, stack, align, maybe not so random, these windows on this side? Is there a reason for such a great variety of windows, sizes and shapes over here? Maybe you could explain that a little bit.
Well, two comments. One is part of our goal on this particular side is to minimize the windows looking into the neighbor's property because it's so close. So we've reduced them beyond what we might normally. There's the arched window is in a tub and the little windows are in either closets or toilet enclosures. So I think we would love to make them small. We could make them smaller yet, but as far as lining them up, my understanding of this Spanish style is that kind of symmetry was uncommon and that the original windows didn't line up. So while I love symmetry, and I would probably look for places to really capitalize on that. I don't think that would be the governing principle.
And if you could go, Dave, to PDF 18, their light fixtures. These do not appear to be night sky compliant. Do you have a plan to make those?
Yes. All of them would be shielded, and there's a filigree piece that these are photos off of their website, but Hollywood has been in conversation with us about ways to screen the upper halves of all of these and to push the light source into the upper part as opposed to the lower part. But no, these aren't the final pictures. It's just the vendor.
Okay. All right. That was all I had for questions. Did I get everybody questions? Okay. Let's go to public comment. Was there anybody in the audience that wanted to speak to this 1787 Fernald Point?
No, thank you, Bill.
All right, let's close public comment and go to comments of the board members. Sam Maphis, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think the project is nice the way it's going, and it's looking a little more random and historic as opposed to so perfectly aligned and symmetrical. So personally, I don't have a problem with the elevations. I think the landscape is well thought out. So I really am not as concerned and think that this is a nicely done project so far.
Okay, thank you, Sam. John Watson.
Okay, I've got a couple of comments. Number one, Tim, you said that the Spanish architecture has random elements in it. I would counter and say small peasant housing has small random windows in it. But you also mentioned Reginald Johnson, and I think you mentioned the Biltmore. If not, he did the Biltmore, so I'm going to go in that. When you get to a larger building, a more significant building, it tends to be more finely refined than the very casual, small, hand-built, uneducated, we need a window here because something peasant housing. So it grew out of that peasant housing. I agree with that. But I don't think your project here would be well represented to say it's peasant housing. I just, the land values are far too high. So I like the building generally speaking. I think you are almost there, but I would like to have you study that fenestration and try to make it into a more unified composition than it is now. You said something about the bed window, the bed location, and why you didn't bring that upper balcony to the east, the one that's on the south wall. But when I look on the east elevation, it seems like it originally was farther to the south and you've moved it away. If a corner window is really great down below, I think a corner window up above is going to work too. So my primary interest is on this elevation right here, the south elevation. I think that the east and west and north are, every elevation is important, but there is such a thing as a front elevation. So in this particular house, I think that that's this. And I would love to see you figure out a way to make this a stronger, and in my words, better composition than what you have now. I think you can do it. I think that you've mentioned several alternatives. I think that's completely up to you, of course, but I would like to see that before I give this preliminary approval. Besides that, Amy's work I thought was fine. I think almost everything you've done here, the details and all of that is fine. I think it's a composition, just like one last step on a composition before I would be really enthusiastic about my vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, John. Don Sharp, what are your comments?
Thank you. Well, I don't want to beat this window and fenestration conversation into the ground here, but I think the architect has heard us and understands what we're talking about. It's got to be a little more organized and traditional in my feeling. Also, the identical chimneys with two of them being at the same height, and I think they lack character and could be easily made into a little more interesting shape. But other than that, I think with a little detailing around that half arch window, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you, Don. Claire, your comments.
I don't really have any comments. I think the landscape is fine. You know, I mean, any comments would be just addressing the comments that the architects have made, because I'm not an architect, so I don't, you know, I think the recommendations that Mr. Watson is made and the considerations that Mr. Sharp have made are appropriate. And but I don't see any reason to hold up this project, because its size, bulk, and scale, all of the things that we're looking for at conceptual have been managed. Now there's just the designing of the house, but I think that this could go to, we could recommend preliminary, and then at preliminary, you know, we will have another cut at the architecture. So that's those are my comments. I just think that, you know, studying the front elevation, and the comment Mr. Sharp made, study the surround around the large tree or the large window that faces south, faces the ocean. You know, those things can be studied while, you know, but I still think that this could, I would propose to move this to preliminary. Now, so I would vote for the project the way it is, and I would like the applicant to, you know, study those directives before he comes back to final. That's my take.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Tip, what are your comments?
Well, you know, I definitely in agreement with comments made by Mr. Sharp and Mr. Watson. The existing house is, I don't think that great, and the renovation is, you know, it's just, as Don said, it's just okay. And this project is all about changing the doors and the windows, and we're not talking about the mass book and scale. So obviously that's fine. So since this project is all about the doors and windows and the roofing, then it's really majority of what you are here for. So I would like to, if the applicant can, you know, give it another try and make it more cohesive with the window treatment, and come back, and I'm sure it'll be better, and then we'll be ready to move it on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tip. Yeah, I think, you know, I think the landscape is good. You've got the details there. The mass bulk and scale, as Tip mentioned, is what it is. But I think the fenestration needs a little tweaking and some unifying, you know, just to kind of tie it together. Just feels a little off, I think, as we've discussed. So in terms of, recommending, I mean, we could certainly have you just come back for preliminary and final. I think you have enough detail.
Or we could just recommend that he come back at preliminary, which is where the guidelines say we're supposed to be working the architects are supposed to be working all these things out. So I'm kind of, what I'm saying is let's give it preliminary, and then the architect can go take the recommendations and rework it and come back for final. That.
Is everyone in agreement with that? I know, John, you said you were.
Well, John, he's not, but he wants to hold it at conceptual, but I don't see any reason to hold it conceptual, because conceptual is to deal with size, bulk, and scale, blah, 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 all those things that we do at conceptual. This project is, in my term, it's ready to give it preliminary. We have another shot at it when they come back for final. And
yeah, no, I agree.
That's what I'm pointing to.
I agree with Claire. I think it could move ahead with these things to be studied, and we have another crack at it.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a motion, please?
Yes.
I'd like to move for preliminary approval with the applicant to restudy the south elevation and the south portion of the east elevation. Does anybody want them to go in and try to clean up those windows on the east side? It is pretty hidden back there.
Yeah.
Well, I just think he can study it, and then when he comes back.
Okay, and study the east elevation. So to return to the full board.
Okay, so.
I'll second that motion.
Seconded by Claire. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carried. Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
I'll be stepping down for this item, this next one.
See you later, Sam.
See you, John. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Putting up with my frustrations.
We love you, Sam.
We love
Thanks, John.
technology, don't we, Sam?
Wait a second.
Buy a new computer, man.
I'm going to. It's on its way.
Yeah, there
It's
you go.
ordered and on its way. Thanks,
Okay.
John.
Way to stick with it, Sam. Way to stick with it. Okay. Item 9.
Give up.
What's that,
He
Sharon?
did not give up.
He did not give up. That's what I love about him.
Yeah.
240 Oak Road. Item 9. This is here for preliminary/final. Our plan, we got previous notes. Width of driveway and extent of paving in front of house and garage are excessive. Only site plan review. Majority of MBAR prefers single driveway entrance.
Mr. Chairman, there's also a note from the planner.
Okay, can you bring that up, Dave? Memo, the project was heard by HLAC on June 21st.
Wow.
After consideration of the historic report by Post Hazeltine dated November 9th, 2020, and the applicant presentation, HLAC offers the following comments on the project. One member does not believe the house warrants any historical merit, thus all proposed changes are acceptable. Moving the house further back from the road is supported. Look and location of the proposed garage is acceptable. Renovations to the rear of the house would cause that elevation to lose its character defining elements. Please strive to incorporate changes that would preserve the character and feel of the existing rear of the house. Moving the 2 tiles from the rear of the house to the front of the house is not achieving the desired historical preservation effect. The 2 tiles, are they talking about 2-piece mission tile? Is that?
We don't know until we see the plan. Right
We're
now,
speaking about wall tiles that are on the facade.
Oh,
got it.
Tiles. Okay, all right. Let's have the applicant give us their presentation.
Thank you, Chair Wolf and members of the board. I appreciate you reading the minutes. I did personally attend and rewatch the May 6, 2021 video archive. And I want to respond to what I heard from MBAR. By the way, my name is Philip Suding. I am with Earthform Design, and I believe we have Robert Foley and Don Nolte with Don Nolte Architects. The MBAR has received 3 letters from adjacent neighbors who all support the dual drive entrances, and they emphasize the betterment of the current vehicle parking that is along the road. The applicant team has provided photos of what that parking situation is. Thank you very much. That is looking south towards, no, I'm sorry, that's looking, the next one is looking south. So you can see that the vehicles just kind of park cattywampus all over the street. The 2 drives that we are proposing are better than being in consistency with the neighborhood. And the architectural style of the proposed house. It's very historic and very apropos for a house of this stature to have a circular driveway or 2 entrances. In fact, the property does have 2 extant drives, which in fact are only about 30 feet apart, much closer than what we are proposing. What we're proposing is approximately 70 feet of landscape. If you could please go to the next sheet, Chair Wolf, or whoever, Mendro, who's ever, thank you. So between the 2 driveways, there is approximately 70 feet of landscape. And that landscape is 31 feet deep. There's approximately a total of 130 feet of landscaping along the road frontage that's proposed, far, far more than other properties on Oak Road. The existing drives across the road are spaced approximately 35 feet to 60 feet apart. We are proposing approximately 90 feet apart, center to center. The plan is currently shown with the dual drives and the reduction of paving that MBAR requested at the last meeting. That reduction is approximately 500 square feet than you originally saw. So we're responding to the comments made at the May 6th hearing. The drive surface is proposed to be chip seal to blend with the landscape, and the majority of the drive surface is in fact behind the landscape, the wall, and the gates, so you don't really see it. Furthermore, the southerly drive gate, if you want to zoom into that, that's fine, is set back from the road approximately 35 feet. The northerly entrance is set back 20 feet. Most other drive gates on Oak Road are less than 20 feet from the road edge. I get that 2 wrongs don't make a right, but we are being better than consistent with the neighborhood. The driveway openings are as narrow as possible, allowed by fire code. The dual drive entries give the fire department efficient access to the property, the proposed house, and the potential future ADU. Okay, I think I've beaten that horse. The rest of the landscape shows a variety of planting layers between the road edge and the proposed structure. It incorporates low plants, medium height plants, a hedge, tall plants, and oak trees. There's also a partially existing and a proposed 6 to 7 foot tall wall, which is screened, by the way, between the road and the drive. I don't know if you want to zoom into that, but you can see a wall that's being proposed. The remainder of the proposed landscape respects the existing oaks and is mainly made up of appropriate oak understory plantings with some usable and permeable flagstone areas, an outdoor kitchen pergola, as well as a pool and some mulch paths. My final point is the tree plan, basically the oak tree protection plan, has been analyzed extensively by Duke McPherson and has incorporated his mitigation and his protection in his blessing. That is all I have, Mr. Chair. I want you guys to have a good evening, so I kept it short.
All right, thank you, Philip. And do we need to hear anything from?
I get this as the landscape architect, is the
Yeah, Yeah, this is Robert from Don's office.
Oh, great. That's why I kind of was going,
No, I did mention that both architects were here.
Where's the principal here?
Hey, I'm principal.
Whatever. I mean,
Okay.
I'm looking at who the architects are on the.
I get
agenda,
it, Claire. I'm joking.
And
with
you're
you.
not that.
I'm joking with you.
Robert, do you have anything to add to your presentation?
Do you want me to go through it? I mean,
I don't think we've ever seen it, Robert. We kind of skipped over it last time.
when we start it, can we go to the cover sheet?
Is this getting moved back off the property? I know that's a question, but are you pulling
Yes.
the house back off of where it is now?
Yes, if you go to the existing site plan, it's 2 sheets down. That shows the existing house. The red is the part of the existing house where demolishing, and the area in the center, the 2-story area, is being pushed back 20 feet from the street, create more space for parking and drive in the front.
And more down, Dave.
Really close to the street.
Is that it, Dave? Click on that one.
Oh, this sheet here, Robert?
Yes, that sheet.
That's the existing.
That's existing. And the part in the middle is what's being moved. And if you go to the cover sheet, you can see the 2-story section of the photograph in the bottom left corner. So that's the part we're saving and pushing back.
So it's the 2-story, it's the whole thing, and then these are just the wings. The wings are what's going away.
The wings are going away, 2 stories being pushed back, and we're adding 1 story to either side of the house after it's been pushed back. If you zoom in on the site plan above.
Yeah.
Okay, so the dark areas is additions, and the light area in the middle is the moved house. And then you can see the garage to the top.
Got it.
That makes sense?
Yes, it does to me. I
Okay.
don't know about anybody
I always
else.
want to make sure I understood. It's a little tricky. So now we can go to the floor plan. You can see where it says entry. That's basically the original house. The bedrooms to the right are new, and they're 1 story. The kitchen, family, office area, dining room, and they're also all 1 story. Go to the next sheet, please. The existing building 2nd story will be used as the master bedroom. And that's the floor plan. The next sheet is the roof plan. And then we can go to the elevations on, there you go. So you can see the existing house in the center. Then the historians asked us to mimic the segment arch on the garage. So we did that. We also used it on different parts of the house to pull things together. And as you can see, our original submittal to you was a SketchUp model. And you asked us to make the front and the back of the house be a little more alike. So as you can see, we have similar elements on both the front and the back. And it's all working pretty nicely. And you can go to the next one is the 2 sides. Can you go to the next slide?
I did, I think. Do you see it?
I'm looking at my screen at my office, sorry.
You wanted the north and south elevations? That's what
Yeah,
I'm.
this is the north and south. You see the top is the end of the garage. You can see the 2-story element beyond. The bottom is where the bedrooms are. So we have doors and patios coming off those bedrooms. And then the 2-story part is pushed way back. And the next page is just the sections through the building. And that's all we have for presentation. We're just going for preliminary. And one more thing I want to add about the location of the house and the driveway is that we're pushing the house back as far as we can. The backyard is full of oak trees. And I know an easy fix would be to push the house back further and make the driveways work easier, but we don't have that luxury. I just want to make you guys aware of that.
All right. Thank you, Robert.
Okay.
Questions? Don Sharp, did you have any questions on this? Don, you're muted. Oh. Are you there? Here's me. Okay, we'll come back. John Watson, did you have any questions?
I have several. Robert, in that memo, they talked about some tiles. Are those two little square things next to the front door? Is that what they're?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, okay, and can we go to the site plan, please? I don't care which one it is, Phil's or Sam's. So, Kimberly, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes.
Thank you. It is my understanding that there can be no required parking in the front yard, but if it's not required, you are permitted in the front yard. Am I correct about that?
That is correct, under certain standards.
Okay. So if we can, I'd like to do a little parking count here, just to see how this all works out. So we have 3 in the garage, no matter what happens with the driveway. We have 2 at the northern portion of the property, maybe 3 if they widen it up a little, irrespective of what happens in the bottom. But the way you guys have it set up now is you can really only have 2 cars parking in front of the house because you need the drive aisle next to it. In fact, you could have a 3rd car if you only had the one driveway over the northern driveway and pull into a turnout right there and then back up and pull out. Is that the question? Is that not correct?
Mr. Chair,
Please, Phil. Yeah, you answer.
may I respond? We did study the single drive option.
Okay.
And it laid out to be something that was very much closer to the structure to the front door and about, I think it was about 400 square feet more than what you originally saw. And with the chair's permission, I would like to email that to you if you are interested in seeing that layout.
Single garage, single driveway.
No, single loaded driveway.
Kimberly, is that acceptable to you to have them submit that at the meeting?
We're not submitting it as part of the proposed plans, but we did want to let you know that we did study it and I analyzed it extensively.
Okay, Kimberly?
That's fine if it's just for comparison purposes.
Yes.
Okay, so
Kimberly, could you, I have Sharon Foster, Alex Tuttle, and Dave.
You send it to Dave.
Okay, I'm sending it right now.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, that's all I have until this comes in. So for the sake of time, let's go to other questions, please.
Thank you for allowing me to answer.
Yeah. Claire, do you have any questions?
Yeah, yes, I do have a question. It also has to do with the driveway, obviously. And, okay, well, that I think that's what's just coming through. That's fine. Let's go back to the conceptual landscape plan. Okay, so my question is this, oh, never mind. I just got it. Okay, I see what it, the driveway that goes right up to the property line, that's for backing. Your design is so that who's in the garage can back up and then come out. That's backup space.
That's their hand.
It could, yeah, it's, I mean, it didn't need to be, I mean, you put the car in there, I mean, but it actually is backup space, not parking space.
Ms. Godstaker, that is correct. And I did attempt to show a dashed line where you see the call out that says vines in pocket. You'll see an arc dashed line. That is an attempt at a backup radius.
Oh, got it. Oh, yeah, well, yeah. Well, now when Mr. Mendro expands it so that I can read it, it's fine. I can see the line now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Godstaker. Thank you, Chair Mendro.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Tip, did you have any questions on this?
Yeah, I have a question for Phil. Phil, so I have a question regarding Oak Road. Can you park on Oak Road?
Yes.
Currently, Mr. I'm sorry, I forgot your last name.
John, Tip.
Yeah, Tip. Yeah, you can park there. What we're trying to provide is a larger landscape area, and we will work through this with public roads or, the roads department.
The reality is where these, in this photograph, where they're parked in the right of way. That is
Yes.
the right of way.
Correct. And
cars
we'll work with.
Are allowed to park in the right of way.
Actually, aren't you parking on your property there at that point?
No, that's the right of way where the properties where the stones are on the next to the house.
Is that the case, Phil? Because if you look down the way, everybody else is pulled all the way to the front.
Right. The Ms. Godstinker is correct. It's actually not where the stones are, but it's where that wall is that is covered with the vines. That is the property line. The rest of it is right of way, and we will work with Public Works and comply with all their standards to, improve that area. I don't think there's anything that prohibits us from improving or landscaping that area. We're trying to get we're trying to get vehicles off the road to make this a more rural street, and that's our objective, and that's why we're providing the landscape there, and that's why we're providing the parking spaces that are on site, so people that are visiting this property are not going to have to park on the street.
Mr. Chairman, can we try to grab a hold of the meeting and keep moving forward?
Yes, yeah. Don Sharp, did you have any questions? Don, you're okay. I think you said no questions. You were shut off. Dave Mendro, did you have any questions?
Yes. Have you gotten approval for planting landscape and trees in the right of way as you're proposing?
We have not been to the roads department yet.
Okay, thanks.
All right, and that was my question too. I don't think I have anything else. Actually, Robert, so from where you sit now, the building existing, you're pulling the closest face, which would be the bedrooms. Are those coming back to that? So how far back do those faces off of the?
Those are all new. That's all new.
So where are they in relation to where the original house was? I guess
that's back about 15 feet.
Okay, so the original house was 15 feet closer to the street?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Very good. That was all I had. Let's go to public comment. I think I got everybody. Did I get everybody? Let's go to public comment. Anybody that would like to, I know we have some letters here, so we should probably read those. Okay, this is, there they are, Roger and Margie Drew from 287 Oak Road. I'm writing in support, not only of the building generally, but also in support of the dual entrance, which would allow more on-site parking, allow easy Oak Road traffic flow. Built my house in Oak Road 15 years ago and wish I had pushed for dual entry. Okay, that one's in support. This one's from Sean Lionello. I'm writing in support of the proposed dual entry. My family's lived on Oak Road for over 60 years. I now have lived here with my family for over 10 years. We know the dual entry will allow less cars having to park on the road, which will not only keep the aesthetics of the street very pleasing, but also provide a safer area for my family and others to take walks and for our kids to ride their bikes, scooters, etc. The dual entry allow vehicles to not have to back out of the driveway, which also provides a safer vehicle interchange in and out of the residence. Okay. The last one is Gregory Downs at 233 Oak Road. Gregory Downs and my wife have owned our home for over 15 years. In fact, we built our home here with a local contractor and architect. I've watched the project at 240 with interest and met the builder, Brian Hart, several weeks ago. We discussed plans for 2 driveway entries and I was able to review a site plan. I think the plan makes good sense and would foster less parking, street parking in front of the residence by providing parking on the interior of the property for his visitors. Oak Road is a charming street and we enjoy walking in the neighborhood. If parking impact from visitors can be minimized, it would be helpful. We hope that you will consider the request for the 2 driveway entries. Okay, very good. Thank you. Sharon, was there anyone else in the audience that wanted to speak to this item 9240 Oak Road? Sharon, anybody else? Sharon, hello, you there? No, I don't.
Don Nolte wants to talk.
I see Don Nolte's hand raised.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
The architect.
Go ahead, Don.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to point out something. You know, the photograph we looked at a minute ago, and I think we were looking north, and there was 2 parked cars in an asphalt area that is actually an area that we would be putting into planting. And as far as, you know, walks and pedestrian and access through the neighborhood, we can have a path through that area. When we get to Public Works, we can have discussions with them. But putting that whole strip into planting and instead of, you know, cars gradually driving onto our landscaping and or let's say we're not allowed to pave it, but you see that the trend in the neighborhood is people are just parking everywhere on that. So we would rather that be a green belt and planted, even if it has a path for pedestrians in it. And I also wanted to reemphasize what the impacts were, not being able to push the house further back, where we could have you know, a more spacious front auto court and one driveway, but we just can't. When you come turning right with one driveway to the front of that house, you just dive into a dead end, and you're going to be doing 3- and 4-point turns or backing out into traffic. So we're asking for your consideration of the plan that we have right now.
Okay, thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Was Sharon, was there anyone else?
No, thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, let's close public comment and we'll go to members of the board's comments. John Watson, what are your thoughts?
Okay, so I want to again divide my comments into 2 pieces. The architecture, I think, is very nice. And you know, you kind of took a lemon, not quite a lemon, a sour orange, and made it into orange marmalade. So I think you've done a nice job with that. I tend to agree with them. Those 2 tiles, I don't know what they are, but I have a feeling they're going to look a little odd if you leave them there. But it sounds to me like there's no historical significance to this house, so I would suggest that you do what's best for the architecture. That's number 1. Number 2, at one point there was a discussion of an ADU. Now, I know we don't review ADUs, but let's assume that there's an ADU on this property. That's going to take up space. And therefore, to suggest that you have to have that, there is no requirement that demands that you have that. You could move the house back 5 feet or 7 feet or whatever. So it seems to me that the admission that there's enough room to have an ADU is simultaneously an admission that the house could be moved if you want. Third, Phil sent over that drawing, and Phil, thank you very much for doing that. I think that that was not a really, that was not a driveway to figure out how to make this work as a single driveway. But I think it was a design to demonstrate how difficult it will be with that design. I agree, that design doesn't work. I don't believe that there can't be others. So thank you, Dave, that's all I need. So my sense is that the building is great. I think that that should be moved forward. I would love to see a good faith effort to show how to eliminate that one drive. I think you can get 3 cars wide between the house and the street, given the width of the driveway you already have there. I think you can get 3 cars in there. So it's really a question about maneuverability. And if you can't solve that, then you're not that good of a landscape architect. And I think that you are. And so you should easily be able to solve that. So I don't see a reason to approve 2 driveways. And there will be even more area to park on the street for everyone else, more landscaping if you get rid of one of those driveways, probably the one on the south. So I'm not convinced about the site plan. I am convinced about the building. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, John. Don Sharp, what are your comments? Don? Don, you have to unmute. I'll come back. Tip, what are your comments?
I have always have a mixed feeling about dual driveway entrance to especially a small property like this one. But by seeing Oak Road, I see so many cars on Oak Road. So what do you trade off for? You either you continue to park on Oak Road, or at least if you're doing this, then your guests can pull into your property and will be better for everyone. And the trade-off is you have 2 entrances. I think personally, I think you can buy 1 entrance, but it's probably a little more difficult to do so. So seeing what the condition of the road and the solution the applicant is proposing, I'm not opposing to the dual entrance as shown on this project. And I think the architecture is fine. I think that it's a nice addition, renovation. And I do not have any problem with the architecture. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tip. Dave Vendro, what are your comments on this?
Well, first of all, the architecture is fine. I think that's come together nicely. For this specific project, the fact that they're preserving the oak grove in the back, and they push the house from the street as far as they can to preserve those trees. The fact that the street is really impacted by the current situation of the parking, and those 2 constraints for this specific project, then I can support the driveway as proposed if they can actually landscape the right-of-way the way they're proposing. So my support would be contingent on confirming with Public Works or whoever else they need to that they can do this landscaping. And if they do that, I think this is better for the community and the neighborhood. You're getting cars off the street, you're increasing landscaping and screening, and you have 2 driveways, but I think it's balanced by the preservation of the oaks and mitigating the parking and getting more screening on the street. So again, if you can get the landscape approved and on right away, then I can support the project.
All right, thank you, Dave. Claire, your comments?
It's kind of similar because what I was going to say before Mr. Mindro said what he was going to say is that I'm kind of okay with the constraints and they're out there on Oak Grove with the double entrance. I mean, I just, it makes sense to me. But small lot, very wide, not very wide. it would be okay. But I actually don't want to see this again until the applicant has dealt with Public Works, because they're proposing to plant oak trees in the right of way. Public Works has a very set of rules about planting in the right of way. Trees are a big deal about not being in the right of way, because Public Works is in charge of roads and keeping roads open and all that kinds of things. And they're not going to approve these oak trees in their right of way. And in my world, these trees should be pushed way up close to the wall, the existing wall, if not even putting on the other side of the wall, because I don't think Public Works is going to approve this plan with these oak trees where they are. And that has all to do with the parking and all the stuff, and I've had to deal with Public Works for years, and they will not approve this. So in my thing, so for me, I think the applicant needs to go work out. I mean, I'm okay with approving the driveway with 2 entrances, but I cannot approve this, even begin to approve this project until the landscape is dealt with, because it's planted in the right of way. It's not the right of way belongs to Public Works or the community. It does not belong to this applicant. So that's my whole thing about it. I'd love to see it back, but I only want to see it come back once they've worked out their plan with Public Works.
Great, thank you, Claire. Don Sharp, can you hear us? Are you available to give your comments? You're muted. Don, you're muted. Can you hear us? Don? I think I see him talking, but I don't hear him. Okay, well, I will go ahead and comment then. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what I've heard here. The fact that they have kind of 2 cuts already, that's one thing. I like the idea of planting out the right of way, but as Claire said, without the knowledge that they can actually do that yet, we don't know. It looks like it's a precedent that's happened up and down the street based on where the plant lines are. And when you look at Google Earth, you can see everybody's kind of planted into that right of way area, except this particular house has a little bit of a strip there where it's not planted. So I think it's critical, as Claire said, that we get that okay from Public Works. Don Nolte had mentioned that that they would look at the idea of doing maybe a walk or something, a path through that. That's probably something they might ask for, because we did one up on Chellam Way and they asked us to put a sidewalk, a path, a DG path through the area, even though it was a sidewalk to nowhere. They figured that eventually they'll.
Well, because it's in our architectural guidelines that we have pathways.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of historical. That's, there's actually a drawing of a pathway through the right of way. So the Public Works is really clear that we in Montecito are asking for pathways through the right of way, but they're not asking for large oaks to be planted in their right of way.
Right, yeah. So I think there's some work that has to be done, obviously before we can really give it a final okay. The architecture is great, wonderful. I applaud the fact that you're moving it back. You're going as far back as you can. It looks wonderful, the things you're doing to the architecture. I think that's no problem. I mean, I could support the dual entrance because for the reasons that we stated, you've had a dual entrance, you're getting rid of one and you're moving it to another spot. In addition, you're proposing landscaping there and providing off-street parking. Well, all those things sort of have to come in concert with approval from Public Works. So at this point, I think we where do we go? Do we just continue?
Continue the item until return and find out what's going on with their street frontage.
Can I ask something of the board, please?
Yes.
John?
I do not believe that what they presented for a single driveway was what I would call a good faith effort. I think they presented something which they knew was inferior, and they made no attempt to make it work. Am I the only one that believes that, and therefore the board believes 2 driveways are acceptable? Or should we ask that they make a good faith effort to do it with 1 driveway? So I'm asking other members of the board what they feel about that.
I agree with you, John, that I think, you know, that it could, this property could be accessed with 1 driveway. And so when they come back after they've talked to Public Works and let us know what's going on, come back with some studies, different studies of a 1 driveway in and out. You know, I mean,
I think what you're talking about, John, is a simple hammerhead even that you could do, right?
I think that there are probably several options,
yeah, absolutely.
and that if they made a good faith effort, yeah, exactly what Dave just drew. If they make a good faith effort at that, I think that they can make that work and make it work with their architecture. We did this on Butterfly, and we've done this on several other projects. And when the applicants come back, they say, you know, we actually have more landscape and it's a more beautiful front yard. And thank you for being insistent. Now, maybe this one will not do that, but I think a good faith effort should be tried. And I'd like to ask them to do that. And then if they do that, we'll see how it actually comes down, how the board feels. So that's what I'd like to request.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, yes,
may I ask a question of the board?
certainly.
Would the board be more satisfied with the dual entrances if perhaps the paving behind the wall was reduced some more? Or is the board real? Well, that's my question. If we could reduce the paving, would the board be okay with the dual entrances?
Phil, what you're asking us to do is to speculate.
Okay,
And
understood, Mr. Watson.
And so what I'm asking is, do good faith studies, if you have a good faith study for dual driveway, please show that as well.
Understood, Mr. Watson. Thank you for that answer.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know, and when you're studying the single entrance, also, you know, maybe do a study with the driveway with a paving. Maybe that would, you know, then for me, if the paving was reduced, you could put the oak trees on the inside of the wall, not in the right of way. So it's all a design issue, and you guys need to figure it out.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready
May
for
I
a
just
motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
May I just make could I make a final comment?
Here, Robert.
As far as the right of way, I think, you know, what I recall is a 6-foot area of like sort of a bailout area of low plantings is what we've done several times. And that's part of that provision where people have been putting mailboxes out in the county right away and things that block bicyclists and impede when they have stone borders that are 2 feet high and then impede people from getting out of the way from an oncoming car when they're not paying attention. So that's the way we would approach the right-of-way approval, is having controlled landscaping heights. And then I think there's going to be a section where we could have trees outside of that 6, but we'll find out, and we will try to talk to the right-of-way folks about that. And then John, as far as this driveway, I don't see how we're going to get the 32 feet to back up from the 18-foot parking space. I see a lot of maneuvering and wide turns and backing into the street, but we'll give it a good try.
Give it a good faith effort, please, and then you will make your case. I'm ready for a motion unless somebody else has something to say.
Oh, go ahead, John.
I'd like to move, this is on for preliminary, therefore it requires a motion. I move to continue the item with the applicant to continue their studies of the entries and parking, on-site parking. Also with the comment, the architecture is very nice. Please continue the development of that along the lines you have.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, seconded by Dave Mendra. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All
May I
right.
ask one more question before we go?
I think we're done. I don't know if we have any. Well, go ahead.
Well, it's
Quick.
more of a, since we were scheduled for preliminary hearing today, could we get scheduled the same way so that if we were complete, we could get final on the next hearing?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll come back the same.
Okay. All right, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
But
Thanks.
Robert, you have a long way to go. There were no details. There was no,
I know I have a long, that's why
okay.
I'm seeing the
Okay.
question. So
Yeah,
just continue.
the architecture is very nice. Go, go, go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. Appreciated.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move for adjournment, please.
All right. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carried. Adios, everybody.
Take care.
Night, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.